Hello, everybody. Good morning. We are live at a new time, maybe just for today. I don't know. I'm trying out some different new little times and things. It is Wednesday, April 8th, 2026. And do I have a show for you that is a VeggieTales reference? We're going to be talking about Kristi Noem and her bimbo-fied husband. We're going to be talking about Offset, David Geffen, Caitlyn Jenner suing her ex-girlfriend or ex-partner's estate for hundreds of thousands of dollars. DJ VLAD went to a Diddy party. There's a David update from SF Investigates. I have an update about Becca Bloom, California fraud being linked to Nigeria. Put one in the chat if you saw my Woe Vicky video. And Nancy Guthrie, and that is just one category. Okay, so we're going to be here. We're going to be talking about all the things, opinions. Please do not send any hate to anybody mentioned in this video. Okay, so let's just start right out without further ado. Let's talk about Kristi Noem's husband. Okay, remember him, the bimbo-fied freak? Okay, well, we have some updates. We have some updates on that from the Daily Mail. Kristi Noem's husband, Bryon, I don't know why they spell it like that, paid obscene sum, interesting choice of words, to model he begged to marry him. Read all their lewd messages and his pink drawers confession. Okay. A Barbie doll fetish model has revealed how breast-obsessed Bryon Noem promised to marry her during their online romance. He insisted, "You're the one I love." Oh, no, ma'am. Nicole Racagno, 47 years old. Oh, my Lord. 47 years old. She said she spent years as a secret confidant to the cross-dressing husband of former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. She claims claims besotted? Girl, what is besotted? Strongly infatuated. Okay, so he became besotted with her. Okay. So he was obsessed. Okay, with her, bankrolled her trophy bimbo lifestyle, funneling her thousands of dollars to splurge on handbags, fillers, and diamond rings. She reciprocated with videos of her colossal size 38 in bust and smutty chats with which the closeted father of three allegedly confessed to wearing a pink drawers. "I'd love to be a bimbo," is what he said was his secret fantasy. Now there is a video. There's a video. She did an interview. She did do an interview about it. So we will take a look at that. She said he was addicted to my bombshell Barbie curves and enormous breasts. She boasted to the Daily Mail in an exclusive tell-all. "He gave me whatever I wanted. Shoes, handbags, even bigger boobs. He wanted me to be his ultimate bimbo bride." The Daily Mail stunned the world last week by publishing exclusive photos of clean-cut Bryon wearing enormous fake you-know-what and hot pants. Blindsided Kristi asked for prayers after we revealed her husband of 34 years was squeezing into the skimpy outfit to chat with these models online. I'm going to just scroll past that. It's safe for work. I just don't want to, abundance of caution. Okay, so there's him. National security experts, we did talk about this, warned that this online activity could have exposed the former South Dakota governor, that's his wife, Kristi, to blackmail while she led efforts to secure the southern border and fight terrorism. They calling her a MAGA pinup herself. Kristi, 54 years old, was famously dubbed Ice Barbie for pairing makeup and false eyelashes with guns and tactical gear. But that's nothing compared to Las Vegas-based bimbo Barbie, who has a huge following in the bimbofication scene. Adult entertainers who augment their chests with colossal amounts of saline to resemble real life Barbies. She and Bryon messaged as recently as last month, she said, when the infatuated insurance mogul wrote, "Would love to marry you." Okay, he's already married. That was 5 days after Kristi was ousted as Trump from Trump's cabinet. Okay, so she was a vital, integral part of Donald Trump's cabinet. She did get removed last month, but 5 days after she got removed from her job, this lady was still getting messages from this man. "Would love to marry you." Just last month, he's saying. She said, "I don't follow politics. I'm selling a fantasy." She's the first woman to speak openly and on the record since the scandal broke. "It might be crazy that people have wives, but that's my job. I think he's a gentleman. He has some kinks, but guess what? Everybody does." Okay, so this freak, this genetically basically modified disgusting freak. No offense to anybody who, is also a disgusting freak. Like, you're allowed to be a disgusting freak if you want to. But she's like, "I don't really care if I'm home wrecking. I don't really care if I'm home wrecking because it's my job. I don't really care. And all y'all have fetishes too." Okay, yeah, but like, let's not just call anything anything. Like, for sure, you can have a fetish. Obviously, you can have a kink. Nobody can stop you from doing that. But she's trying to be like, everybody has a fetish and a kink. And it's like, no, not everybody's cheating on their wife, who's the Department of Homeland Security secretary. Like, let's not call everything everything. Stuff's starting to lose its meaning. Okay. Anyway, those kinks, according to this bimbo, included Bryon wanting to replicate her Barbie aesthetic on himself. Another thing too, like, okay, that's cute. They're saying like they want to look like real life Barbies, but like, let's not fool ourselves either. Let's not fool ourselves either. This old cooch does not look like a Barbie. I'm not saying I look like a Barbie either, okay, but I can admit it. I can admit it. This lady, you can see the veins in her arms. Like, y'all see me, I cover my body up. I don't want anybody doing too close of an inspection. Okay. You can't see all of that on me. And if you could, you couldn't see it anyway. All right. Barbie don't look like this. This don't look like Barbie. And they keep saying it over and over. And while we're at it, Kristi Noem don't look like a Barbie either. Okay. Again, it's like Barbie is completely unattainable. That's not a real contact with Bryon. Oh Lord, hold on. I done clicked her video. I'm not even trying to be like I'm a Barbie, all right? But like, let's stop calling stuff what it isn't, right? Like Kristi Noem. I'm just remind you what she looks like. This is not what Barbie looks like, all right? Barbie do not look like this. This is not what Barbie, girl. This is not what Barbie looks like. I'm just so sorry that I have to be the bearer of the obvious news. This is not Barbie. All right. So that's the first thing. Now, the other one that they call in Barbie, I just want to remind y'all what a Barbie looks like, because they'll be trying to have you out here thinking anything is anything. This is what Barbie looks like, just so y'all remember, because they call anything out here. This is Barbie. Okay. This is Barbie. This is Barbie. This is the like original Barbie. Okay. So on what planet does this or this look like this? I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? Please, please, can we stop? I was even going to let them get away with it for like a little while, but it's like, that thing don't look like a Barbie. That thing looks like a reptilian with a mask on. That thing looks like mental health problems with legs. That thing don't look like a Barbie to me. This looks prolapsed. Okay. This is not a Barbie. So can we please, that don't look like a Barbie. That looks like a mental breakdown. Okay. That's not a Barbie. That don't look like that. That don't look like that. It's like, so now everybody has to play pretend with these mentally ill fantasies because they don't know how to write the right stuff on the Daily Mail. That's got people like this thinking that they need to put balloons in their shirt. It's like, well, if she can do it, so can I. And it's like, I gotta agree. Who knows what this thing looked like before? Who knows what this almost 40-year-old woman looked like before she did all of this body modification, which again, she's allowed to do. She's allowed to do. She could do it if she wants to. But it's not a Barbie. Let's not get carried away. Okay, let's please, let's not. Okay. Anyway, she's selling a fantasy, gentleman has kinks, whatever. According to her, Noam, the husband, followed her OF page as Jason. He claimed to be from Chicago and went on to send money and messages with one reading, "You're the one I love." You're the one that I love. He also wanted to replicate her, quote, sexy Barbie aesthetic. And it's like, well, okay, he wanted to replicate her aesthetic, which is a lot easier than trying to replicate Barbie, which neither one of them are doing. Let's be honest. He said he liked a pink thong. He would say, "I have one." She charges $20 per minute. $20 per minute for one-on-one video chats. He would just say he likes pink and that he wants to be a bimbo like me. So he didn't want to be with her. He wanted to be like her. I have so many questions. Shopaholic said, "It's the hypocrisy for me. Her and her husband preach family values and anti-LGBTQ, yet her husband is cross-dressing and wants to be a bimbo Barbie." I mean, it's a good point. She doesn't need to be bringing people into her delusions. I mean, on the one hand, I agree. On the other hand, if I can make $20 a minute off my delusions, I might too. Also, I'm just one review away from being monetized on this channel. Okay, so there's like 3 steps you have to go through. I've been waiting on the second step for the last week, and it finally got approved this morning. So now we're on the 3rd step to monetizing this channel, and then we're gonna blow them at 1 million subscribers this year. Okay. It's always the ones who are the loudest are the down low freaks. And that, I mean, it does end up being that way a lot of times. That's why I try to be very clear. Y'all can do what you want, and these people can do what they want. Nobody's stopping them from doing it. Even now, he could still log on and do his bimbo fetish. The issue is hypocrisy, but also I think the normalization and mainstreamification of a lot of this stuff. Used to be people would get kink shamed, and still they do. Used to be kink shaming wasn't looked down upon. It was just if you're weird, or doing something really weird, you get looked down on. Now you're not allowed to kink shame. And I say not allowed very loosely because I will be kink shaming. But the other day I was watching Gideon. Y'all know Gideon, the predator catcher. He used to be a prankster. Now he's a predator catcher. He was talking to somebody the other day that does lowly drawing. Remember lowly? Drawings, and they were kind of going back and forth about whether that's morally reprehensible, because you're basically looking at drawings and pictures of it's animated, it's in the style of what you might see as anime or whatever, Japanese cartoon style. Now some people will even say it's not anime because there's specific definitions, and I do want to respect calling things what they are, but for the lay person who doesn't really know about what anime is or isn't, it's pretty much like that. Okay, anime. And it's cartoons drawn of characters that resemble little kids, 5-year-olds, 7-year-olds, little kids. But in the lore, these little kid drawings are actually 1,000-year-old, immortal beings or something. And they were kind of going back and forth on this Gideon live stream debate about if it's the same thing basically as looking at as if it was a little kid. Let's say it was drawing an image of an actual little kid, somebody's kid, and they draw an image of it, and it's it's inappropriate images. I'll just leave it at that without going into too much detail. But this lowly artist was saying that no, it's not the same thing because this is a 1,000-year-old character, even though it looks 5 years old. And I'm kind of no, I don't know about that kink. Your kink is looking at 1,000-year-old characters that look 5 years old, drawn in sexual positions. I'm kink shaming. I'm kink shaming, baby. and there's nothing y'all can do to stop me. So, I'm kink shaming, but does that mean people can't draw cartoons and they can't? I mean, legally, I think it's legal. I heard in some states it is illegal, but the issue is like I really don't even want to have that type of stuff searched up on my computer to find out the truth. Is lolly legal? I don't want to type that. You know what I mean? Like I don't even want to have that in my search history. It's bad enough as it is, all the things that I have to search for this job. But yeah, like as in Lolita. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm pretty open-minded, but animals, yeah, no go for me too. I totally agree. Okay, so she's like, I don't judge. Well, of course she don't. Look at her. If she starts judging, she's gonna have to change a lot about herself. You're paying some of my bills, so yeah, whatever makes you happy. See, that's why I don't like that either. Like, I understand like people do need to pay their bills. I do. And I understand that a lot of people get pulled into or lured into S work as a way to pay their bills because the only way that they have to pay their bills. All that I am sympathetic to it. Do not get me wrong. But does she need 38 whatever 3000 cc's of saline in each titty? No. That's the bill she's talking about. Does she need another Birkin? Probably no. Does she need another made in China Barbie makeup bag? Probably no. Like these are the bills she's talking about. So I'm judging. I'm sorry I am. I'm sorry I am. She knows that some of her clients are married. I'm sorry I'm judging. I'm not sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. Christian said there is a very thin line. We listen and we do judge. Exactly, Wendy. There's a very thin line when it comes to cartoons and anime. Too many people are okay with the children being drawn in that way. Or figures that appear to be children, but they're actually 1,000 years old. Okay. Like let's get it right. Okay. Anyway, okay. Do you think private behavior should impact public perception? Okay, that's a good question though. Because we over here on this channel are only talking about this situation because it became public. So that is a question that I have been wondering, right? Like, so let's say one of y'all, let's say Wendy or Buster or Dazzler, came into my inbox and sent me a private tip. Hey, I know a bimbo and she has the private texts from $20 a minute of Kristi Noem's husband. Do you want to expose? Do you want to expose it to the world? Do you want to break the exclusive story? I'm going to tell y'all, I would say hell no. No, I don't. Not because I don't think it's newsworthy, but because to me, that becomes a slippery slope. Also, some states have laws against what's called revenge, you know what? It rhymes with corn. And even if stuff's already public and you share it, in some states, you can be in trouble. Not only civil, like we saw in the Milagro Cooper trial. Remember, she said, go to my likes. Put it in the chat if you remember the Milagro trial. She said, go to my likes. And she had liked on Twitter, Megan Thee Stallion, what appeared to be an SUL video of Megan Thee Stallion. However, according to Megan Thee Stallion, that was AI. It was an AI generated deep fake. In the state of Florida, a law was just passed a year or two ago. That any publication of a deep fake, that type of video or image of another person is grounds for it's a civil statute. Now you can't share that or else you could get sued. And Milagro did. And she was one of the first people to be prosecuted civilly, not criminally, under this law. So that would be my first question. You know what I mean? Like the first thing that I would even wonder is this real? If somebody sent me Bryon with his balloon titties, I would say, I don't even know if this is real. If it is real, I don't even know if it's him. Does he have a twin brother? You know, I don't have all the resources and all of the teams and all of the technology like what the Daily Mail has to go in and run back if this is even real. But even if I was somehow able to ascertain it's real, it does to me seem like something that's like between them. Like that's their pride. Like, I don't know, maybe they've been married for 35 years or something. Maybe they met in high school. Maybe they have these DC couples have like what's the word I'm looking for? Like agreements, arrangements, whatever. Like we'll stay together for the kids, we'll stay together for our image. Maybe Kristi gets freaky like that too. I don't know all of that stuff. But I don't personally, this is just me. I wouldn't do it because I don't want to set the precedent that I want to make it into newsworthy events of somebody else's private S life, even if it is something I believe is deranged. All of that being said, let's say somebody sent me some tip of a video or something. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Okay. But I'm just talking about hypotheticals. This has never happened before. But if somebody sent me something that appeared to be, like y'all are saying, putting a child in danger, putting an animal in danger, I still wouldn't share it with the public. That's nasty. But I would report it to law enforcement. Yes, I would. I would report it privately to law, or I mean, I guess not privately, but like on my own, I would report it because even though I don't have to, I would. I don't want that in my damn inbox for one. So that's why I said don't send it to me. If y'all are going to send it to me, might as well send it right over the Daily Mail or the FBI. Don't send it to me. Okay. People are saying they swinging, and they might be. They might be. They might be. You can't always tell what you're looking at being real or not anymore. It's so true. Okay. Like, that's not a Barbie. I'm just so sorry I have to be the one to tell you. If I'm the one that's breaking the news to you, this thing that looks like an alien praying mantis with a mask on is not a Barbie. Like, you can literally see the vein. I just can't. This is not a Barbie. Okay. Anyway, look, she's still pushing this Barbie thing and this. Oh my God. She got the ring from the pawn shop. I just can't. I do like the color of the nails. They too long. It's like this over exaggerated, like fake femininity, which again, if she was just out here doing this on her own, that's one thing. But the fact she's like luring married men is weird to me. She said her association with Bryon dates back to 2020. And also, here's another thing too. I have people in my chats and in my audience from all different belief systems and walks of life. And I do know some of y'all not only support S workers, S work, you have been, or either you are an S worker, and shout out to you. Get your coins, girl. I mean, I hope you're not luring married men. That would suck. I would probably judge you for that. But I mean, hey, you can. No one's stopping you. I ain't stopping you. But even for y'all, this type of thing should aggravate you because while like I'm sitting here opening my show with it, okay, obviously I think it's newsworthy. Now that it's out there in the world, I'm talking about it, okay? But the person who's spilling this tea is this bimbo Barbie girl, right? Don't you think it kind of hurts the whole like ability for people to be making money talking about I'm discreet? Totally discreet. I won't tell anyone. Like, it kind of hurts like literally every S worker, specifically, especially the ones in the bimbofication scene. Let's say this is all consensual. People can do what they want. But don't you think it kind of makes y'all look bad? Like in the particular way that it's like, oh, discreet, discreet, discreet until Daily Mail comes knocking. Like this woman, who wants to be her client anymore? Who wants to keep making appointments with her? You supposed to be professional. You supposed to be keeping these men's secrets. You said you knew they had, some of them have wives. So are you just a ticking time bomb now to anybody that maybe eventually finds themselves in the public light? Like to me, it makes it seem like, I'll say this. Let me say this. This woman's behavior does nothing to assist or help rehabilitate the reputation of women or men who make their money in these ways, which again, I don't think is illegal. I don't think is anything legally wrong with it. I don't even think in some ways it's really even that morally wrong if you're doing it behind closed doors in your own bedroom and keeping it to yourself. When it's being pushed on kids at the library story hour, that's when I have the problem. But two consensual adults doing whatever they do behind closed doors, maybe their wife knows about it, maybe they don't. That's not my business. That's how I feel about it. But now that it's on the Daily Mail and it's trending and it's everything, I mean, I'm going to talk about it. It's news. What is she looking for? A payday? I agree. Her coming out like this would make her clients uneasy, knowing that their wives could find out. Definitely affects certain clientele. And trusting they will keep her private. Like she's almost putting herself in danger too. And I'm not victim blaming. She shouldn't be harmed for telling her truth or whatever. I'm just saying like, if this is supposed to be a business, And part of your business is servicing clients in a certain way. And part of the understanding is you're not going to tell, you're not going to rat, you're not going to snitch to their wife because you know they got wives. Then, like, I just think it's not even a good business decision. Well, he's paying some of my bills, so I'm not going to judge. But you're going to expose him to the Daily Mail? It's just like, listen, I'm not saying she's a bad person for doing it either. But doesn't it kind of like cast doubt on the secrecy and the discretion of the whole thing? It should. It should. Everybody who's doing stuff like this, paying these women and for stuff like this, look at Shannon Sharp. At any time, you could be paying somebody for a fantasy, and then they can use that fantasy right against you. And for this lady, okay, Bryon Noem is exposed. But what about the other clients? What about any future clients she might get who now can go and look her up on the Daily Mail? You expose people, girl. It's just kind of things to think about. It's things I'm thinking about. Okay, so apparently they met in 2020 when he followed her Plastic Barbie 2000s OF page using a fake name. He signed up as Jason from Chicago and he paid $250 a month. I thought OF was like $4.99 a month. $4, $5, $7, $15. $250 a month. I can't do math, so let me just real quick with the calculator. What is 250 a month times 12? Okay, hold on. 250 times 12. $3,000 a year just for the OF. That's not counting the minutes, the 20 per minute. Okay, that's just for the OF subscriber VIP content. Oh boy, he would say, "Hi, bimbo god." Oh, this is the worst thing I've heard the whole time. This is the worst. This is the most damning, alarming thing that I've heard since the whole thing. He would say, quote, "Hi, bimbo god." His wife was a member of the Republican president's cabinet. He was calling the party, that's supposed to be the party of God. Okay. That's supposed to be that we praise God. We serve God over there. Now, just to let y'all know, I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I'm not any of it. I'm not. I don't identify with any of it. I don't identify with any of it. Because I think they're all full of sick freaks just like this. But he called this woman God. Hi, bimbo God. If that's God, girl, I'm an atheist. Because no. Oh, man. Then he would say other stuff. You're the boss. You're so perfect. He was like, I want to be your slave. So I called him Slave Babe. I would strip out of hot bikinis. I'll be the judge of that. Actually, no, I won't because I never want to see it, but I doubt it was hot. Lingerie dresses and then send him the videos. He loved them. He would always say they're hot, they're sexy. As the romance progressed, Jason asked this girl to be his bimbo girlfriend so that they could chat whenever he wanted. See, that's the thing. They want to stop paying money. These ladies get, and look, credit to them. They get so good at selling the fantasy that these men are somehow convinced that these women are talking to them for any reason other than the $20 a minute and the $200, $250 a month. These men get so enraptured in the fantasy that they start to forget that the fantasy is a paid for transaction. He was like, I want to stop, having a sign on here. I want to talk whenever I want. The arrangement was he would still get all my videos for $1,500 every month to help me pay half my rent. He would never say no to me. He had to pay for my fillers, my Botox. Whenever I wasn't looking like a hot bimbo, he would give me money. Oh my God, this is so crazy. Deplorable. Jason paid her retainer for years, netting her tens of thousands of dollars. He also supplied bank account details to pay off luxury purchases on her Capital One and American Express credit cards, including 2 pairs of Louboutin shoes, a $4,000 Louis Vuitton handbag, and a $500 Nintendo Switch. Girl, she is on the Nintendo Switch. That's kind of like the most iconic thing about her at all to me. She's like, I need a Nintendo Switch. She claims he paid a further $2,000 to have her 2,000cc implants, which were already far larger in size than surgeons typically recommend, to include 500 more cc's. Okay, I didn't hang up. I miss you. Want to use my Amex, our Amex? Sure. I'll pay it. What you need. Okay, so Slave Chicago, oh my God, is what she had him saved as. So this is him talking. I didn't hang up. I miss you. Want to use my Amex? Sure. What you need? Okay, hold on. Let me just make sure what this is before yeah, no, I'm not going to show that. He said, I want to pay it. She said, because you're the only one I love, or you're the one I love. She said, okay, sounds hot. Look at this bodysuit. Pop open with my 2,800 cc's. I'll pay it off. Yes. I know I'm always your number one. Okay. So that's her talking here. He said, well, this was March. This wasn't even a month ago. March 10th. Today's April 8th. Would love to marry you. How are you going to pay off? She said, all paid. How? The boobs. How are you going to pay the boobs off? He said, I'll try to do the $1,300 one on PayPal. Please send the money. Are you sending it? This is serious. I've never been charged back on my American Express and I'm stressed out. He said, okay, sent. Okay, let me pay it. I don't know what that's about. It's kind of out of context, but she said I was his bimbo girlfriend. And then I was his bimbo fiance. He said, hey, bimbo God, go pick out some rings. I know you want a diamond ring. Okay, I'm going on record saying it's my belief and opinion based on nothing but my belief and opinion. I think that Kristi Noem knew about this. I think she was like, go do whatever you need to do with your weird, sick fantasies because I'm not participating. Now, I have issues with Kristi Noem. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say like, oh, Kristi Noem, like the poor, grieving widow or whatever. No, that's definitely not what I'm trying to say, but a lot of things can be true at once. He told her to go pick out some rings. I know you want a diamond ring. They were just sweet gifts. It was a fantasy, not real. I never used his information without his permission until now. By June last year, 2025, she had figured out Jason's real identity. The penny dropped when several bimbo models having similar secret chats with him revealed that the rancher and businessman was the spouse of a high-profile politician. Okay, so they all have a network with each other and they talk to each other, and that's totally fine with me. It's a dangerous industry to be working in. I don't have any problem understanding why they would share information about people, especially these weirdos. But it's interesting, and it's just something that y'all should know. They all put it together with each other. So when one found out, a few of them found out. She also saw the name Bryon Noem on a PayPal account when he paid her Amex bill. I thought he lived in Chicago. I thought his name was Jason. It was definitely a mind-blowing thing. I warned him. I said, you need to stop talking to those girls. You need to stop sending pictures. Look at all the different transactions. Oh my gosh. This is like a lot too. $193 on the 13th, 200 on the 14th, again, 200 again on the 14th, 100 on the 14th. So $500 on the 14th, another 500 on the 17th, another 100 on the 18th. Transfer Jason, and then $1,500, $1,500, $1,500, $1,500, $1,500. She's got her own phone sitting right here. And look, you can see Bryon Noem. Oh my God. Bryon Noem. Again, this guy probably never thought that she would be posing for showing the Daily Mail these pictures, but here she is doing it. He would always say, I got to go away, but I'll be back. Thank you for everything, but I need God. God needs to help me and heal me. I was like, okay, honey, I wish you the best. And then he'd pop up again after like a month or two. His infatuation is laid bare in hundreds of WhatsApp messages that she shared with the Daily Mail. They were sent from a cell phone number that matches the one listed for Bryon on a website of his Noem insurance business. Oh my God, you don't even have a business number. She was also able to provide PayPal and Apple Pay records showing deposits from an account with the name Bryon Noem. She produced evidence that her credit cards were paid down in $1,500 increments at the beginning of each month from April through November last year. Oh my God. The money came from Dakota Bank, a regional lender serving Minnesota and North and South Dakota, where the Noems live. The Daily Mail further corroborated her account by speaking independently to another entertainer in the bimbo scene. She backed Recognos this lady's claims about the vast sums that Bryon had. So he had a serious problem. I mean, like, it seems like almost an addiction. Like this almost. Oh. I guess that thing's going to call itself a Barbie too. These are the people that were like one person away from the state secrets of our country. I mean, oh, is this the same? This is the same person. This is more of the reality of what she probably really looks like. Oh my God. I actually feel kind of like sorry for her. She don't have no hair left. Look at these tiny little baby hairs. Oh my God. What an unfortunate looking individual. I feel bad for her, but girl, get your Nintendo Switch, girl. Okay. Nicole R is plastic trophy Barbie, Bryan's favorite. He paid for most of her body. So these Republican politicians, husbands, I should say, these Republican politicians' husbands are paying to bimbofy people, which is a whole nother like thing. Like, have y'all ever seen that gooning video, the Goon Files, where there's like actually like, okay, it's kind of a conspiracy theory, but foreign governments, okay, I won't just, name any specific, but like it's a conspiracy theory that foreign governments are infiltrating the American youth and specifically trying to weaken the boys before they become men. And this is by convincing very young boys who actually are not transgender. I'm not talking about people who really are transgender who, I understand that is really a thing. I'll say that. I'm not the gatekeeper of who is and who isn't really trans. And I don't really intend to put myself in that position. But the conspiracy theory goes, the little boys that are targeted on Roblox and Discord and Telegram and all these places, they're targeted and they are not trans and they have never thought about being trans and they think they're a boy, but they're targeted and they are bimbofied. They are sissified. Somebody said they watched it happen in real life. Oh no, almost like paying for them to damage their body. And there is a book called The Man Who Laughs. And it's by the same guy. It's by Victor Hugo, the same guy who wrote not Frankenstein. Jekyll and Hyde. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. He wrote Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is the author of that. He wrote this other book called The Man Who Laughs. And the premise of this book, it's an old book. The premise of this book is that there are these child traders, Trader, called comprachicos. And what they'll do is they take kids or buy kids in the book. It's a fiction book. And they disfigure them. They break their bones, they cut their mouths open, and they put them in the circus, and they basically traffic them, make money off them. That's the gist of the book. And they're called comprachicos. And part of the Comprachico method is to disfigure the people. And so I'm wondering, like, is this like deeper than just, oh, I like bimbos, and more of a fetish of I like to disfigure women because I hate women and I want them to look stupid and bad. I want to pay these mentally ill women who need therapy or, I don't know, a brain scan. And I want to reinforce that they should look like this. Is it that he just wanted to disfigure people like a Comprachico? He paid for most of her body. On December 30th, so just like 3 months ago, he messaged this girl, this lady, a former stripper and Playboy model, and said, "Send me some videos and photos of your gym outfit." He suggested they should make time for a call the next day for New Year. He said, "Let's do champagne together. I guess you're just hot AF." On March 4th, a month ago, Bryon supported his Republican wife by sitting behind her at a congressional hearing, and the hearing was scrutinizing her aggressive immigration enforcement tactics. The cameo backfired when California Democrat Sidney Kamlager Dove asked Kristi Noem about her brazen, years-long supposed alleged affair with close advisor Corey Lewandowski. The lady even messaged him the next day, the bimbo. The bimbo messaged and said, "Hey, I saw you on TV. Quote, are you okay? I saw you on TV." She didn't receive a reply, but on March 10th, he reached out to abruptly ask if she wanted to make her boobs even larger and said, "Want to use our Amex?" In a further flurry of messages, he gushed, "I seem to be falling in love with you. I love you. I effing want to pay it because you're the one that I love. I would love to marry you." Oh my God, the disfigured freak. Oh my God. She received a final payment of $1,300 in a PayPal transaction under Bryon's real name on March 14th. And the pair last corresponded on March 23rd, less than 2 weeks before the Daily Mail's cross-dressing scoop went viral. "Miss you," he said in one of their final messages. "Would so love to date you." This lady doesn't expect to hear from him ever again. Yeah, especially after this. She told the Daily Mail, she prays Bryon can get his turbulent personal life back in order. Well, yeah, she wants him to get his personal life back in order now that she's not making any more money off of him, I'm sure. Sure, she doesn't want anybody else making money off of him. She was trying to get him to stop talking to her competition. "I always wondered," she said, "why is this guy always so lonely?" She said the relationship was cool. It was fun. It was exciting. Nobody was getting hurt, and I was getting my rent paid. So it went to some of my bills. It went from some of my bills paid to my rent. Okay. There she is right there. That's the wife, and that's the bimbo-fied husband. "I wish him all the best," she says to the Daily Mail as she's exposing him to the Daily Mail. Former CIA officer said, explained how foreign adversaries could exploit his behavior and target his wife. The idea is you gain some kind of compromising information on someone, you approach them, and then you just basically blackmail them. And the more egregious the behavior, the more susceptible the individual would be to coercion. When the Daily Mail contacted Bryon for comment last week, he did not deny having explicit conversations or sharing photos of himself dressed as a woman. But when it was suggested that he made indiscreet comments or left his wife vulnerable to blackmail, that's when he said, "Yeah, I made no comments like that. No comments that would lead to that." A spokesperson for Kristi, now special envoy for the Shield of the Americas, which is a made-up job they just made up, said last week the family was blindsided by this and they asked for privacy and prayers at this time. Bryon has not responded to the Daily Mail's request for comment. Okay, and there's a video. So let's watch the video interview of the bimbo. Oh, wait. Is it on here? Let me see. That was a long article. My God. Okay, hold on. How many of these do I have to look at? Okay, hold on. Let me find that video. There was a video interview. Okay, here it is. Okay, found it. Okay, no, we're definitely not playing an ad. Y'all are gonna have to pay me some money if you want to run your ad on my channel. Why influencer Morgan Riddle is to blame for breakup from tennis star boyfriend Taylor Fritz? Moved on. Okay. I'm just waiting for this ad. Okay, skip ad. All right.
Contact with Bryon. He came to me, found me on OnlyFans. It was year 2020 because I just got brand new 2000 cc's from 1200 cc's, and that's how he found me. He loved them, and that's how we built. It was just really cute and stuff. He came on. He was like, "I would like to pay you $250 for your videos for a month." And I was like, "Well, that sounds really cool." He was like, "I want to be your slave. Call me slave." And I was like, "Okay." That's why his name has been Slave for 5.5 years. So I call him Slave Babe. He would say, "Hi, boob God. Your boobs are so good. You're so perfect. You're the boss." I never asked him about his family. He told me he had a wife and he was married with kids. I just always wondered, like, why is this guy always so lonely in the basement drinking vodka? So a lot of times he would just text me or whatever, and it was just a texting thing. I don't know what he looked like. There was no sexual talk. He would never talk dirty to me. He never exposed himself. He never took his pants down. Nothing. It was just a fun.
There was well, then what was it? She didn't know what he looked like. She didn't have pictures of him. It was no SUL talk. It was nothing SUL. So what were they, just besties? They never saw each. What? That doesn't make any sense. He was paying $250 a month for her video. I don't find her to be particularly credible. I'm just gonna say it. How old is she? I think she's in like her late 30s. I think they said 38.
Fantasy girlfriend. There was no kind of like wanting to be a girl or anything. There was one thing. It was only very small. He was like, "I'd love to be a bimbo like me," right? And he just said he liked a pink thong. He would always say, "Gotta go away, but I'll be back. Thank you for everything. I need God. God needs to help me and heal me."
Amen.
And I was like, "Well,
he needs God.
Okay, honey. I wish you the best." And then he'd pop up again after like a month or two. I think I was Bryan's #1 fantasy bimbo. I'm not really sure. There could be so many more. I mean, I only know about 3 girls. I know 3 who we talked to for sure. I think I was pretty special to him. I don't think he bought other girls rings, red bottoms, Louis Vuitton purses, fillers. I don't know though. There could be more.
We couldn't agree on dinner, so we compromised on...
Wow, that's what's going on. That's what's going on in our government, everybody. And I just invite you to remember, as we close out this segment on the Noems and we move on to what are we going to talk about next? Offset. Everything complained of here is perfectly legal. It's morally questionable. It's perhaps violating the promise he made to his wife to having to hold and all that is perhaps, devastating for his children, but it's perfectly legal and consensual from what's being described. Now think about all these sick, disgusting politicians and their spouses who do things that are not legal along these veins, things that are not consensual. Don't you think they would do anything within their power, including selling out the entire country, definitely us, to avoid that being in the Daily Mail? Probably. To avoid going to prison? Probably. That's just, thoughts to think about. Thoughts to think about, as it were. Okay. So now we need to talk about Offset. Offset is having a bad few weeks. He's having a bad month, we'll say. Exclusive, TMZ says. Offset just got pew-pewed. Now, who's Offset? This was Cardi B's man for the longest. She might have even married him. Got a kid, at least one with him. He got pew-pewed the other day. He took a smoke break outside the fall risk. Got all his bracelets on. Here's the first look at Offset being shot outside since being pew-pew outside a Florida casino. He's in a wheelchair having a smoke outside the hospital, and he's wearing his hospital gown. Check out these photos of Offset being wheeled outside for a smoke break. He's got some non-slip hospital socks, hospital wristband, bandage on his arm, and some wires coming off his fingertip. There's an ICU tag attached to his chair on wheels, but we have been told by his camp, this is TMZ, has been told that he's stable and being closely monitored. TMZ broke the story. The former Migos rapper was shot Monday near the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. Law enforcement told us the shooting happened in the valet area and that Offset suffered non-life-threatening injuries. It's been a whirlwind 24 hours for Offset, so it seems this smoke break is much needed. Let's read that exclusive that TMZ got the other day. about the shooting. This was yesterday. They put this out. Offset shooting at Florida casino. Ambulance rushes to scene. Photos of chaos, ambulance outside the casino. Paramedic, I'm not going to show the photos. Paramedics rushed to the scene moments after Offset was shot at a casino in Hollywood, Florida. According to photos obtained by TMZ, we've obtained photos of an ambulance arriving at the Hard Rock Hotel in Hollywood, Florida, minutes after he was pew-pew. The pics show the paramedics pulling up to the entrance with lights flashing while security and bystanders crowded the area, showing first responders as they placed him inside the emergency vehicle. Offset was involved in the pew-pew near the popular casino. His spokesperson says Offset is fine, currently at the hospital receiving medical care, and he is stable and being closely monitored. Police have not released details about what led to the shooting, and no official information has been given about the suspects. But we know 2 people are currently detained for questioning. They said, as previously reported, Offset was shot near a popular casino in Florida. A rep for him confirms to TMZ he was shot. We are aware of an incident. Okay, so the police told TMZ, quote, "We are aware of an incident that occurred at a valet area after 7 p.m. This was Monday, so day before yesterday, outside Seminole Hard Rock Hotel Hollywood. That resulted in non-life-threatening injuries to an individual who was transported to Memorial Regional Hospital in Hollywood, Florida. Cops also tell us the casino is secure and there's no further threat to the public. It's not confirmed whether Offset was transported in an ambulance, but the timing of his arrival matches when and where the incident unfolded." Okay. So that happened. And then he was spotted smoking outside the hospital. I have another update here, and it is, do you remember the David Geffen lawsuit? I did read it on my other channel, That Surprise Witness, the David Geffen lawsuit. He's a huge music industry guy. He's like a very, very rich person, and he had actually married a guy, a very much younger guy, and that guy was suing him. I guess they had a falling out, and the guy was suing him saying, like, David promised me he would always take care of me and give me somewhere to live, and he's not doing it. So here we are. David Geffen says they have settled that divorce dispute. Okay. This was an exclusive also from TMZ that happened yesterday. This article came out. David Geffen and his estranged husband, David Armstrong, are apparently looking to close the book on their nasty divorce. According to new legal documents obtained by TMZ, the billionaire says he's reached a divorce settlement with his ex. The terms of the settlement are not clear. There's nothing in the documents giving any details. We've told you all about it. Money has been a contentious point in this divorce, with Geffen saying he's paid Armstrong, aka Donovan Michaels, plenty to keep him happy, and he's even footing the bill for the New York City penthouse that the young model lives in. But the much younger model has argued the opposite, and he told the courts that David Geffen is actually hiding his wealth so he can pay minimal spousal support. TMZ said, as we reported, Armstrong also claimed Geffen treated him as a living social experiment. Armstrong claimed that David Geffen treated him as a living social experiment and paraded him around as a trophy to show off to his wealthy friends under the guise of benevolence. Armstrong even filed a civil lawsuit against David Geffen in July for allegedly exploiting him, but he ultimately dropped the lawsuit. Geffen and Armstrong got married in 2023. They did not have a prenup. That's the craziest part of this whole thing to me, that David Geffen wouldn't get a prenup in 2023. David Geffen is also the one that filed for the divorce just before their second anniversary. Wow. So there's that. All right. So let's talk a little bit about Caitlyn Jenner, shall we? Speaking of very rich people dating very much younger people, Caitlyn, hold on. I need to update my banner down here at the bottom. So who do I have here? We talked about Noem, bimbo husband. We talked about Offset, smoking outside hospital. And now we just talked about David Geffen divorce. We're going to talk about Nancy Guthrie, and I'll just say and more. Okay. So here we have Caitlyn Jenner. So Caitlyn Jenner was dating this lady right here, and this lady now has died. All right. TMZ is reporting as of, again, yesterday, an exclusive that Caitlyn Jenner's late pal, that's what they're calling her, Sophia Hutchins, had family rift over money before Jenner debt. Sophia Hutchins, again, she's now passed away. Her inner circle isn't shocked by Caitlyn Jenner claiming her late friend and former manager owed her nearly $500,000 because we're told Sophia had beef with her own family over finances. Sources familiar with the situation tell TMZ that Sophia had issues with her relatives over her spending habits long before she became indebted to Caitlyn Jenner. We're told Sophia was raised by her dad's mom, so by her paternal grandmother, Regina, who was very generous, footing the bill for Sophia's private schooling and sending her money for college expenses when she attended Pepperdine University in Malibu. Our sources say Grandma Regina also paid for Sophia's flights for travel and debate trips. So she was on the speech and debate team, I guess. And she took care of Sophia's, quote, hefty credit card bills. We're told before her grandma died, family members cut off Sophia's credit card that her grandma was paying for. As some in the family felt she was using and abusing her grandmother. When the card was cut off, we're told it really pissed Sophia off. This is Caitlyn Jenner's ex, or pal. During this time, Sophia was already living with Caitlyn. We're told after the card was closed, Sophia really distanced herself from the family. Our sources say people around Sophia felt she took advantage of her grandma and was expecting to inherit some of her grandmother's estate. But Sophia only ended up with a prized Christmas ornament collection and no inheritance. And we're told Sophia was not happy about it. So she was supposed to get inheritance from the grandma's estate, but she didn't. All she got was the Christmas ornaments, and she was pissed. We're told the whole financial situation fractured Sophia's relationship with her family, but Sophia claimed it was fractured because they were not supportive of her own gender transition. So she was transgender as well. Okay, interesting. Sophia tragically passed away in July of last year in an ATV crash near Caitlyn Jenner's Malibu home. She hit a moving car and was thrown down a ravine, and Caitlyn went after Sophia's estate for money, claiming Sophia had racked up over $439,000 in debt in unpaid expenses before her death. The alleged debt includes credit card charges, cash advances, shopping, and Sophia's portion of some shared legal fees. Sophia's estate approved Caitlyn's claim, so they paid it. Oh, that's crazy. Here's that exclusive article here. Caitlyn Jenner claims she's owed nearly $440,000 from late friend Sophia Hutchins' estate. Caitlyn Jenner, my late friend owes me hundreds of thousands. Caitlyn Jenner has filed a hefty creditor's claim in the estate of her late friend and former manager, Sophia Hutchins, alleging she's owed nearly $500,000. According to legal docs obtained by TMZ, Caitlyn Jenner, claims that Sophia racked up $439,000 in unpaid expenses before her death, including credit card debt. Hold on, I need to write something down. Gotta love that ADD brain. Okay, including credit card debt. The bimbo still on my mind. Okay, including credit card charges, cash advances, shopping, and her portion of some shared legal fees. I wonder what that's about. The docs detail where the money allegedly went, including spending at companies like Shopify, eBay, First Dibs. What's First Dibs? And other online retailers. Jenner says the largest portion of the debt came more than $273,000. $273,000, over $250,000 came from credit card charges tied to the other purchases, Shopify, eBay, First Dibs. She also claims Hutchins owes her over $133,000 in shared legal fees for lawyers they retained together. Now, lawyers for what? On top of that, Caitlyn Jenner lists nearly $16,000 in debit card charges and about $7,000 in cash advances that she says Hutchins took out over time. And Caitlyn was keeping tabs. Okay, that's interesting. Caitlyn Jenner says Hutchins had authorized access to her cards for work. Okay, so Caitlyn Jenner let this lady use her credit cards for her work, but any personal spending was supposed to be reimbursed, which Caitlyn claims didn't happen. Jenner filed the claim in November, and in March, Sophia's estate allowed the claim in the amount. She tragically died in July 2025 in an ATV crash near Caitlyn's Malibu home when she struck a moving car and was thrown down a ravine. So do y'all remember the Caitlyn Jenner story where, like, right before Caitlyn Jenner came out, and I made a BJ Investigates video about this, but right before Caitlyn Jenner came out publicly in Vanity Fair, I think it was in the year 2015, she got into a car accident and someone died. And then she came out and they didn't prosecute her. Caitlyn Jenner crash, someone died, killed. Let me do 2015. Okay, here's an ABC News article from 2018. Caitlyn Jenner to pay $800,000 settlement for 2015 fatal car crash. This is from 2018. This article we're reading is 8 years old. The former Olympian did not face criminal charges. Caitlyn Jenner will pay $800,000 to settle a lawsuit stemming from a 2015 fatal car crash, ABC News confirmed Friday. She struck a car that slammed into a vehicle in which 5 family members had been riding, including musician Peter Wolf Malasey, his wife Leah, and their 2 children, Leah's mother Elga. According to the petition to the court to accept the settlement, which was obtained by ABC News, Maurer will receive $500,000. Peter and Leah will receive $100,000 each, and their 2 sons will get $50,000 apiece. The documents state that Maurer suffered a cervical spine fracture. Peter suffered nerve injuries to his hands and wrists. Leah suffered blunt trauma to her knees as well as neck and back. There was also Nino, who suffered blunt trauma and emotional distress, and Gaetano, who was 4 weeks old at the time. He was hospitalized after he failed to respond to stimuli at the scene. Later, doctors determined he suffered no physical injuries. I thought someone died. There have been confidential settlements of all claims and cross complaints, and all parties are satisfied with the outcome. This was an attorney for the family. The case has settled and the family is happy to be moving on with their lives. So no one died? I thought she died. Jenner was involved in the 4-car pileup. Yeah, someone did die. Okay. Oh. I'm like, what's it called? Mandela effect. What in the Mandela effect? Okay, so Jenner was involved in the 4-car pileup in Malibu on February 7th, 2015. This resulted in the death of the 70-year-old woman, Kim Howe, and Caitlyn was not charged with a crime. The Los Angeles County District Attorney determined she was driving below the speed limit and engaged her brakes before the impact. We believe from the start that a thorough and objective investigation would clear Caitlyn of any wrongdoing. Who's the attorney making the statement? Blair Burke. That's David's attorney right now. So it almost seems like if you can somehow get Blair Burke to be your lawyer, you never face any problems. You can be involved in a car accident that kills someone. You can have a dismembered 14-year-old in your front trunk, and you never really face any problems at all whatsoever if Blair Burke is your attorney. I mean, girl, hire her if you can. She told ABC News at the time, "We are heartened that the district attorney has agreed that even a misdemeanor charge would be inappropriate. A traffic accident, however devastating and heartbreaking when a life is lost, is not necessarily a criminal matter." Okay, so it's interesting to me. There was this four-car pileup Caitlyn Jenner was involved in. Someone died. She had to pay almost $1 million out in settlement to the other family that didn't die. And now her, is it pal? Is it manager? Is it girlfriend? It's unclear to me. But whoever it is, also now dead after ravining off a cliff right by Caitlyn's house. Okay. You say so. And this girl owed her money, and now she was able to get it back. Okay. Whatever you say. Anyway, so that happened. Let's see. There's a New York Post article about it as well. No, page 6. Sorry. Caitlyn Jenner alleges late friend Sophia Hutchins owed her nearly $500,000 in creditor claim. Caitlyn Jenner filed a creditor claim against her late friend Sophia Hutchins' estate for nearly $500,000, according to the documents obtained by page 6. Caitlyn claimed Hutchins generated $439,000 in credit card charges, cash advances, shopping sprees, and legal fees before she tragically died in July 2025. Hutchins allegedly spent more than $273,000 at companies like Shopify, eBay, First Dibs, and other online retailers, according to documents filed last November. And there they are together. Caitlyn filed a creditor's claim against her late friend. There they are together again. Jenner, also 76 years old, also claimed her manager owed her. So now it's her manager. Is it her pal? Is it her friend? Is it her ex? Is it her manager? I don't know. Also owed $133,000 for lawyers the friends retained together. So now they're friends. So it's her manager and friend in the same sentence. Got it. Hutchins also allegedly racked up $16,000 in credit card charges and about $7,000 in cash advances over time. Though when they say the retired Olympian, I want to say Bruce, because it's like Bruce Jenner who won the Olympics. And so I'm like, Caitlyn allowed Hutchins to access the credit cards for work, and any personal funds that were used were supposed to be reimbursed, and that didn't happen because she died. Okay, there they are together looking. She's pretty, but this. Anyway, TMZ reported the Hutchins estate allowed the claim in the amount Jenner requested. Page 6 reached out to Jenner's attorney, but did not immediately hear back. And okay, wait. How does she have all that money? That's what I want to know. This girl had all that money, but then her family was having money problems before, and her grandma had cut her off. What's really going on here? This girl had enough money in her. I certainly don't. If somebody tries to say, "Oh, we got to charge BJ $430,000, you're not getting it, whether I'm dead or alive, because that's not in my estate. I don't have that in my estate. So I don't know where this girl got her money from if she does have an estate. She died in an ATV crash in July last year. Sergeant Eduardo Saucedo of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department said Hutchins may have been speeding when she rear-ended the other car, the other party, and then that caused her to veer to the right and go off the cliff. Now I'm wondering, did somebody slam on the brakes? Was there foul play? I have questions. Something just doesn't seem right about this. Oh my God, there's the ATV she was driving. Oh my God. Look at the car. Did that person die? 350 feet is, oh my God, so tall. Okay, what does 350 feet look like? Let me show y'all. Roughly, okay, so to size. Let's go to size comparison. Okay. This is how tall the ravine was. There should be a person. Okay, you see man? You see man? This is a person, 5'10". Okay, that's the person right here. You see how little it is? That little man? Okay. Godzilla. I don't know why they put Godzilla here. Okay, so here's the little man right here. And that's 350 feet. So that's how tall the ravine was. So it's like basically the size of one of these little spikes is a person. And it's like boom. Okay, this is a T-Rex just for scale. This is Godzilla. That is crazy. The impact catapulted Hutchins and the ATV down the ravine. The day after the death of the socialite, Jenner stepped out for a coffee run in Malibu, telling the Daily Mail she was going through tough times and didn't want to talk. The gold medal winning decathlete and Hutchins met via their hairstylists in 2015. So the same year that the car accident that killed that woman is when she met this Hutchins person through their hairstylists. Okay, girl. Okay, that happened. Just thought I'd let y'all know. Now, this next little piece of information that I came across, not a very long segment, but I think pretty impactful. Did you know that DJ VLAD went to Diddy party one time? I learned that today on a video. Posted. Oh, let me subscribe. I thought I was subscribed already. Where am I signed? Oh, I'm not signed in as the right thing. That's why. Big Chat Small World posted a video 8 hours ago. It now has 6,000 views. And it's called How Adam 22 Set DJ Vlad Up and Nobody Noticed. And there's a lot of very valuable, interesting information in this. But the thing I wanted to tell y'all about during the live stream is supposedly there's some proof right here that DJ Vlad went to a Diddy party. Let me show y'all.
And it finally made sense to me. It finally all makes sense. Vlad hangs out with Adam so he can get some bitches. I mean, why else would he be going to a Diddy party? Okay, so Adam, you gotta see Vlad is an old horny fuck. Okay, he doesn't.
Did y'all see that?
He doesn't have so he can get some bitches.
Okay, hold on. Look, there he is right there. They attend Diddy Black Party at Crowbar in 2006. The scandal. DJ Vladimir. Oh, girl. DJ Fed. That's what I call him. Anyway, okay. So now I want to talk about David Anthony Burke. We just talked about Blair Burke. Apparently no relation to Blair Burke. Their names are spelled differently, but I mean, at this point, I feel like everybody's deceiving us all the time. Like people be changing the spellings of their names. Girl, I don't know. But anyway, so SF Investigates put out a very interesting and I think compelling tweet just the other day. SF Investigates is actually hired as a private investigator on the David case by the owner of the house where David was living. Yesterday, he said, marked the 7 months since David's Tesla was towed with Celeste Rivas Hernandez dismembered body in the front trunk. 7 months, and we still have nothing but sealed medical examiner records. A sworn affidavit used to justify sealing those medical examiner records, the sworn affidavit, claimed that LAPD only wanted to ensure they received the report before the public. Yet the report, which should be public, remains sealed. SF Investigates said, I think it remains sealed because its contents would spark public outrage and a demand for answers that law enforcement and prosecutors have failed to provide. They have not even held a basic press conference, something routinely done in high-profile cases. A dismembered child does not appear to warrant informing the public, even though a murderer or multiple perpetrators may still be free among us. As far as I'm concerned, SF Investigates says, this has been a complete failure. I also cannot understand why the family has remained silent. Are they concerned about what they knew? Or are they being intimidated? Or is justice for Celeste slowly fading away? Yes, cases can take time, especially when there is no clear starting point. But that is not the situation here, says SF Investigates. Criminal grand juries also do not investigate indefinitely. In Los Angeles County, criminal grand juries are typically impaneled for 30 days. When a new grand jury is seated, they are provided prior materials, but they did not hear the testimony themselves. In many ways, the process has to start over. Since David's parents appealed, the previous grand jury's term has now expired. Here we go again. No indictment, no press release, no press conference, no answers, no justice. This part right here, 7 months and we still have nothing but sealed medical records. A sworn affidavit used to justify sealing those records claimed that LAPD only wanted to ensure they received the report before the public. Well, okay, that was months and months and months ago. But still, it remains sealed. This part right here, I believe, and again, this is an investigator hired to work on this case. I believe, he said, it remains sealed because its contents would spark public outrage and a demand for answers. Answers that law enforcement and prosecutors have failed to provide. They haven't even held a basic press conference, something routinely done in high-profile cases. And guess what else? It's David's birthday, or maybe it was yesterday. It was David's birthday. He turns 21 years old as justice for Celeste still remains outstanding. David turns 21 as Celeste Rivas case hits 7 months. PI calls probe a complete failure. Rising star David faces mounting scrutiny as a high-profile murder investigation is stalled, fueling public frustration and unanswered questions. At just 17 years old, the singer David rose to fame after his song Here With Me went viral on TikTok. He further gained widespread attention when his song Romantic Homicide also went viral in 2022, leading him to chart on the Billboard Hot 100. In 2025, so last year, David launched his biggest tour yet, and the year appeared to be his year at the age of 20, until everything abruptly changed. 7 months ago, decomposed remains were closely associated with him, prompting him to suddenly cancel his tour and withdraw from scheduled performance at the 2026 Lollapalooza, Brazil. Artists who collaborated with him also removed their songs from streaming platforms and ultimately unfollowed him, including his close friends, such as Neo Langston, who has been called to testify before the LA grand jury, and Asia Collins, who claimed that she is working in silence to get justice for Celeste. The discovery of the remains has turned David's life upside down, prompting him to step out of the spotlight. On March 28th, he turned 21. So he's turned 21 a couple weeks ago. And it had been 7 months since the remains were found. With this timeline, those closely following the case and hoping for justice are growing increasingly frustrated. Yeah, me. I am definitely growing increasingly frustrated by the slow development of the case. That includes the private investigator Steve Fisher, who we just read his tweet on September 8th, 2025, the severely decomposed remains of a 15-year-old girl named Celeste Rivas, aka Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Hold on, I'm going to write something down. Who had been missing for more than a year, had been missing. Remember, she was reported missing, a missing child. Missing child was discovered inside the trunk of her body of the black 2023 Tesla model. It just says Tesla model. I don't think it was an X. In a Los Angeles impound lot after being abandoned in the streets of Hollywood Hills for several weeks. Inside, they found Rivas' dismembered remains placed in 2 cadaver bags. The discovery and the investigation were prompted by a foul smell emanating from the vehicle, which was reported by an impound lot employee. The murmur case is closely associated with David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke. Adding to the speculation, it previously was reported that the singer was in a relationship with Celeste. As internet sleuths uncovered details such as matching tattoos, photographs together, images from David's tour, and an old Twitch stream clip that strongly suggests a relationship. Furthermore, fans appear to have been aware of the connection, as a user named Ponzalo previously urged David to release a song about the missing girl. And I've made videos about all these different little topics. In a latest X post, private investigator Steve Fisher, who was hired by the owners of David's rented mansion to look into the case, has been a vocal advocate for justice for Celeste, has labeled the case a complete failure, noting that more than half a year later, we still have nothing but sealed medical examiner records. In November of last year, it's 2025, all the medical records for Celeste, including the cause and manner of death, were sealed and prohibited from being released to the public by the media and the court. The court had done this. So they couldn't release any records to the media or the public. A sworn affidavit used to justify sealing the records claimed that LAPD only wanted to ensure they received the report before the public, but the report is still sealed. He also believed that the records remain sealed as the content of the records would spark public outrage and a demand for answers that law enforcement and prosecutors have failed to provide. Steve Fisher also pointed out that law enforcement did not hold any press conference, which is something that's routinely done. He said, as far as I'm concerned, this has been a complete failure. Yes, cases can take time, especially when there's no clear starting point, but that is not the only situation here. He also explained that the criminal grand juries do not investigate indefinitely. They only are impaneled for about 30 days usually. All the way 3 months ago, December 2025, TMZ broke the news that David is likely to be indicted in connection with the murder. But more than half a year after the discovery, no arrests have been made. David has been named as a target by a Los Angeles grand jury that has convened to hear evidence. But aside from this, in February, so 2 months ago, reports indicated that David's father, Dawood Burke, and his mother, Colleen Burke, and his brother, Caleb Burke, were subpoenaed to testify before the grand jury in California. But they filed a petition challenging the subpoena. However, it was denied, but then they appealed. As of now, there are no reports indicating that David's family has appeared and testified before the grand jury. Since the subpoena, speculation surrounding David's potential indictment has intensified due to a striking footnote that reads, quote, "The underlying case is the people of the state of California versus David Burke." So that is pretty much what I wanted to tell y'all about the David Burke thing. It was his birthday a couple weeks ago. And Steve Fisher has now pointed out that it has been 7 months. We still have nothing but a sealed medical examiner's report, no press conference, no officially named suspects, no arrests, other than, I guess, if you count Neo. But he was just arrested, extradited, testified, and left. And no justice for Celeste, Rivas, Hernandez. So do with that what you will. I did now want to talk about, put a 2 in the chat, or put a 3 in the chat rather. Put a 3 in the chat if you remember talking about Becca Bloom the other day. The Birkin, the fake Birkin fiasco scandal. This girl's out here acting like she's the rich girl of TikTok, rich talk. The luxury community. Well, I have an update. I have a short update on that Becca Bloom situation, courtesy of Rich Lux.
Deleted this photo, and the reason why she deleted it is because the Birkin bag is fake. Look at the Birkin bag, pay very close attention to it. Other people were calling her out about the Birkin bag, Drew's views. See the little hole in the Birkin bag? Birkin bags don't have holes. So the video is now circulating. Now, when it went up and people were calling her out about this photo, she deleted it. Now, many people in the San Francisco luxury community and LA are very shocked.
Luxury community is so funny to me.
So now when she walks into Cartier or Guerlain, Bulgari or Van Cleef, they're looking at her and her bags. In fact, rumors are also circulating in the luxury TikTok community that after the video went up showing her fake Birkins, that she is now banned from Hermes stores, even duty-free stores.
No, she's now banned because she got a Birkin. Buster said, why pay for real stuff when the people you're trying to impress are only going to see you long enough for them to think it's real? Well, here's one reason. If your whole brand is built on being the rich girl, it could kind of mess up your whole brand, first of all. Second of all, I hear you. Like, I don't think that these Birkins are worth it. I don't have no Birkin. I don't have no Firkin. I don't want one. I don't want one. If I saw one at the thrift store, I might pick it up. That's about it. I don't want a Birkin. I don't want a $5,000, $7,000, $12,000. Definitely don't want a $30,000 purse. Hell no. Me, I use my stuff. I use my stuff. I get my stuff tailored. I get my stuff fixed. I use my stuff. I'll bring it to the boot leathersmith to fix a little rip and stuff, and I'll keep using it. So I don't want to have a $30,000 or a $10,000 bag, and I'm worried about what I'm doing with. Like, no. I like using my stuff. It's $10,000 too much, but then just get a nice leather bag. Why you need to get the fake Birkin? Now, I was saying last time, I never saw a Birkin in my life, in real life. I never saw a real Birkin in my life. But a lot of people are saying this is a fake Birkin. If it's a fake Birkin, I don't know. They saying Birkins don't have those little grommets on them. But now it makes it look more like it was fake because she's deleting it. I don't understand the luxury community. He said she's banned from the store. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not. He is a little dramatic and he is quoting citing like gossip and TikToks. But imagine getting banned from Hermes. Imagine she even has a couple real Birkins and now she can't go back to Hermes because they know she's carrying fake ones. I don't know.
Now, people are saying in the luxury community, there's all rumors and speculation that an email was sent out by Hermes with Becca Bloom's account warning the staff that she is to not trespass on the property. Now, cannot confirm or deny if that rumor
It could
is
just
true.
be fake rumor, y'all.
It's just circulating around the luxury community, girl.
The
right
luxury
now.
community.
Now, there are other bags that are fake, like the canary yellow rare one. You can see here. There is another hole in that one.
A grommet.
Now, even this Birkin, when she's on the private jet, was fake the house. Duperoni. Here's your receipt. Boom. I have no issue with fake bags. I'm sitting here with fake teeth. Okay.
Not me.
My whole body's made of plastic and it's fantastic. It's just admit to it. Just be like, yeah, I use fakes. And it's kind of genius for Becca Bloom to, in fact, live a luxury lifestyle and have these fake bags, because then when you see her jumping out of Rolls Royce, you think the bag is real.
Yeah.
When you see her in a nice house, you think the bag is real.
Yeah.
When you see her in nice clothes, you think the bag is real.
Yeah.
But she's saving money. So I don't understand why she doesn't just come out and be like, I use fake bags and what? What are you going to do about it?
What are you going to do about it?
So let me know what you think about this drama.
What are you going to do about it?
Below. My last three, Becca.
So, yeah, that's an update. She's apparently deleted a picture. Let me look up, is she really banned from the stores? That's a rumor that's going around. Let me see. Becca Bloom banned from Hermes. True? False? Just speculation. They calling her the Marie Antoinette of TikTok, girl. People are mad. Speaking of fraud, California is just one after another. Okay. Shocking fraud racket uncovered in California with tentacles stretching to Nigeria. Okay. Hold on. Let me write this. Okay. Tentacles. We got tentacles in Nigeria. Okay. Let's read this report from New York Post. Shocking fraud racket uncovered in California. A sprawling fraud ring has been exposed in California with its tangled web stretching all the way to Nigeria. On Monday, a Bakersfield resident confessed to funneling more than $5 million to people he knew in China and Africa. NorCal man Ifeanyi Emmanuel Ugwu, 49 years old, admitted to operating an unlicensed money transmitting business, according to the U.S. Department of Justice. From December, so for like 3 years, from December 2020 to August 2023, Ugwu ran Franklin Finance Incorporated. Sounds like such a good American name. Gotta love fraud. American name, Franklin Finance, opening and managing nearly 20 bank accounts across 9 banks and financial institutions. 20 bank accounts. Authorities revealed he collected over $5 million from more than 100 individuals in the United States, and then he sent that money to China, Nigeria, and beyond without the proper license. California's top news, sports, Okay. Ugwu, the criminal, maintained his unlicensed operation by deceiving individuals, banks, and financial institutions to conceal his activities. Officials reported that several people who sent funds to Ugwu were victims of fraud and cyber crimes. He pleaded guilty to 1 count of operating an unlicensed money transmitting business. Sentencing is scheduled for July 27th. So 3 months from now, he faces up to 5 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. I think he should face a $5 million fine. If he stole $5 million, or if he improperly transferred it, or he defrauded and cybercrimed people out of $5 million, he should have to get back $5 million. 5 years ain't going to cut it. How about just send him back to wherever the fuck he came from? Oh, did I say that? I mean, if you're going to come over here and defraud people and steal money, then why don't you just go back? Like, I don't definitely put a 5 in the chat. You don't want him over here. Even if you're one of the UK cousins, even if you're in Nigeria, put a 5 in the chat. You don't want people coming over there to Nigeria and defrauding your people. Because I certainly don't. We got enough criminals that are born here that we got to deal with. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. Okay. So moving on. Let me see. I see a lot of 5s. We have our own set of criminals we have to deal with over here. Child abusers, woman beaters. I mean, we got stuff going on over here that we have to deal with. And then we're just importing these criminals that are stealing money, and then they're not even having to return the money. I don't like it. And again, pled guilty. Anyway, so speaking of fraud, there's that. Okay, so now let's move on to a couple Nancy Guthrie updates. As y'all know, we talked about it on the last couple live streams ago. Savannah Guthrie is back on the Today Show. She's back with her co-hosts. But before she went over there back to work, they gave some very strict rules, according to this exclusive from Page 6. The explicit instructions Savannah Guthrie's Today Show co-hosts were given ahead of her return, revealed. While Savannah Guthrie's return to the Today Show, after more than 2 months, hold on. After more than 2 months, was emotional behind the scenes. We're told the on-air marching orders were to be business as usual, sources tell Page 6. Sources say that ahead of the broadcast, NBC staffers appearing on the show were explicitly instructed not to address the disappearance of Savannah's mom, Nancy. She was abducted from her Arizona home in February. They told them that the instructions were to the hosts of the Today Show, don't even formally welcome Savannah back. It was supposed to be business as usual. Producers said to act totally normal, just pretend nothing happened. Move forward is the vibe. It's been a hard year and a draining time. Okay, that is kind of weird. So when I read that, I was kind of like, okay, all the viewers know Savannah. Okay, if you're watching the Today Show, you'll probably watch it every day. And all the viewers are now, for the first time in months, seeing Savannah back. I think Savannah also left the Today Show for a break in December. So she hasn't been there all year. She hasn't been here at all year. And they were, hi, everybody, welcome to the news. Like, no, that's so inauthentic. Like, you definitely at least need to be like, it's good to have you back. Okay, moving on. But they seemingly supposedly had a reason for it. And she does look very pretty with her little yellow PR yellow dress, PR yellow necklace, PR yellow tie, PR yellow pocket square. We hear the move was practical. It was a practical move. Correspondence mentioning Guthrie's situation would interrupt the flow. God forbid we interrupt the flow with this poor woman's dead mama, kidnapped mama. We cannot interrupt the flow for anything, especially your dead mom. And it would require Savannah to respond. Okay, that's the one thing where I'm like, all right, I can kind of see where they're coming from with that one. Like, why the woman already is having hard enough time returning. She's like fighting back tears the whole time. So maybe just don't bring it up so she don't have to respond to it. Even so, they didn't follow those rules. She was welcomed back on air by her co-anchors, Craig Melvin, Al Roker, Jenna Bush, Chanel Jones, Carson Daly. They all welcomed her back. It's good to be home, she said at the beginning of the show. Ready or not, let's do the news. Things were much more emotional behind the scenes. Another source tells us there were lots of hugs. Coming back to a routine brings a sense of normalcy. She's prepared to go back to Arizona if there are major developments in the case or wherever she's needed. Nancy was taken from her home in Arizona in the early hours of February 1st. Savannah is the heart of the show, they said, and the steady hand that guides everyone in the right direction. Oh, okay. I didn't know she was the heart of the show. The staff and crew, we all needed her back. We all needed her back. It was emotional for everyone. Her sadness and pain are not gone, but her bravery and strength aren't either. And her faith is unmatched. Okay, she just said she was pissed off at God, girl. Her faith is not unmatched. Oh my God. Look, is that a bimbo? What is Kristi Noem's husband doing some sponsoring of this woman's face? That's what I want to know. That's scary. Ooh, it's getting scary out here, y'all. Just as she needed to come home to her children and husband, she also needed to come home to her today family. Yes, she needs to be held responsible for all these other grown adults at her place of work. Okay, got it. The Today Show star became emotional while greeting fans who held up signs outside of NBC headquarters. That thing right there is scary. I wouldn't want to be in a room alone with it at night or at daytime. A source tells us there was no added security for her return. Page 6 exclusively reported that Nancy Guthrie would be returning to the show. Not Nancy, Samantha Guthrie. I hate how they just put Guthrie instead of the names. Like Nancy's last name is Guthrie too. Savannah would be returning to the show in April following her children's spring break vacations from school. A source told us at the time that the journalist, that's Savannah, she's a news broadcaster. She's not a journalist. She wanted to spend as much time as possible with her husband, who is somehow connected to the Epstein files, someone said, her daughter and her son before stepping back into the spotlight. Kind of weird. Okay, hold on. What's this? Oh, okay. So I have another Nancy Guthrie related incident here. And it could be nothing. Probably is nothing. Okay, probably is nothing. But I couldn't help but just, show this to y'all here. Where is Nancy Guthrie? Oh, they follow me. Okay, I just followed them too. Where is Nancy Guthrie is a Twitter account I just found out about today. Apparently, Tommaso and the perp like to fill their pant pockets in a similar way. Interesting. I think she meant, he meant feel their pant pocket. So just to remind you, here's the perp. See how he's touching his pocket, touching the belt loop, and then there's Tommaso walking. He's got his hand right there too. Now again, I said it could be nothing, and it probably is nothing, because to me it almost looks like maybe his hand, it's the left hand, is just raised and he's just walking, but maybe he is grabbing. Maybe he is grabbing kind of a similar way to this. Now, I also will say, leaning against it being Tommaso that's at the door that day, Tommaso is very tall. He's taller than 5'9". I think he's like taller than 5'11". So this is kind of like, I really wanted to show y'all that because for really two reasons. One, who knows? Maybe it'll end up being something. It was reported that he was the primary suspect at first by Ashley Banfield, but she never walked that back, by the way. Number two, this is what happens, okay? This is what happens when the public is left to our own devices to try to speculate on who the perpetrator is for a case that is supposed to be very open and shut. This doesn't make sense to the public. Put a 6 in the chat. This don't make sense to you. I just read an article yesterday that the United States military is using technology that is so powerful that the military was able to fly over and use this technology to find an American soldier who was hiding in distress in Iran, in the hillsides of Iran, based on this AI technology that they have that can detect a human heartbeat from hundreds of feet away. They were able to find this American military soldier in the mountain caves of Iran, and they still haven't found Nancy freaking Guthrie. So it leaves the public to have to speculate. Do I think this is Tommaso at the door? No, I don't. I gave you some of the reasons. First of all, I don't think the height matches up. Second of all, this hand is open. The other hand in Tommaso's is closed. Third of all, the sheriff has been very, very clear. It's not Tommaso. Okay, I don't really think it's Tommaso. However, I can totally understand why people are having to start to guess on their own. And that's what's happening with the Celeste Rivas Hernandez case. It's like if the authorities aren't going to do it, if the authorities aren't going to solve the case, that seems pretty easy. I mean, how far could this grandma have gotten? Now we have ransom notes popping up at TMZ. People are speculating those maybe ain't even real. Maybe some are real, some are not real. People are even going so far as to speculate that one of the YouTubers on the scene who's been recording it and live streaming it all for all of us, one of the YouTubers on the scene might have been the one sending the ransom notes. People are speculating wildly, and I'll say I don't really follow a lot of the speculation myself, as far as like I don't believe it, I don't agree with it, a lot of it. But you just got to start to wonder, well, then what's taken so long? Can we get an update? I didn't pop off at you. I didn't even see that. I just don't think it's Tommaso. I didn't even see that. I just looked at the chat right now. Anyway, so people are speculating that the hand placement is Tommaso. Again, I don't think it is. However, I can absolutely see why people are having to speculate wildly, because Ashley Banfield sure did say that she had an inside source that told her Tommaso was the prime suspect or whatever. And it's like, okay, girl, if you say so. Now people are all still trying to hang on to the theory that it was him. And if it wasn't, I don't know why she hasn't been sued. I don't know why Tommaso and them don't just sue her, because she never came down. She never backed off of that allegation. Okay. Oh, okay. So I have a few more sections for today's video. Tell me which section I should do next. Okay. So first one I have is called Open Air Hell Prison. And it's leaning predominantly with the AI tech stuff. I have a conspiracy theories section about the NASA space flight, the dead scientists, and a device supposedly banned by the Rothschilds. I have a whole segment today about the AI data centers, and a segment about North Korean spies infiltrating the tech industry. And the reason that they're getting found out is because they cannot insult the ruler of North Korea. That's one section. So which one do y'all want to hear about? I have some tips on how to survive. And then I have a true crime section with one case in it. Let me do that one. Let me do the true crime case next. And then y'all want to do conspiracy NASA next? Okay. I can do polls. Yeah. Y'all want a poll? People are asking for a poll. Okay, fine. All right. So I'll do a poll. And y'all tell me what y'all want to talk about next after. I already know what I'm talking about next. But while I'm doing that topic, I'll have y'all do this poll and tell me which one you want to hear next. Okay. The segments. I'll put the segments in here. I have to like log into the actual thing here to do. Oh, I have an update on the rude judge too. Okay, start poll. All right. So which segment next? Like after the one I'm on here. Okay, so we got conspiracy, NASA, What else is in my conspiracy theory section? Conspiracy theories. Okay, we got NASA flight, missing scientist. Oh, shoot. Start a poll. Which segment next? Okay. Conspiracy, NASA, missing scientist. Okay. It only lets me write so many letters, so y'all have to, I'll just do missing people. Okay. The next segment is the AI data centers from hell. Okay. Then we're going to do North Korean tech spies. Then we're going to do, I'm already doing the true crime next. So we got, open air hell prison. And that's like mostly AI tech stuff. I originally had the AI data center. I originally had the data centers inside that section of like open air hell prison, but then I had so many links on it. It's its own segment now. Okay. And then we have the how to survive. So this is the only options it'll let me. It'll only let me do this many. Okay. So y'all vote on that. And I'm going to cover the next section is going to be true crime. And I only have one link, but it's interesting to me because like, y'all know, I'll be watching videos in the morning. Okay. When I'm doing my makeup. And I haven't watched enough of it to like really cover it, but I've been watching in the morning from time to time the trial. Put a 7 in the chat if you have seen any of this Gerhard Koenig trial with the Alpine divorce situation where the wife claims that this ex-wife claims that, or they're still married, I think. Don't think they officially divorced yet, but she claims that he tried to kill her, try to push her off off a mountain while they were on a hike. And they got into a scuffle, and then 2 witnesses who were also hiking like rolled up on them, and they were like, okay, stop or whatever, and she's screaming whatever. So he's been on trial. And I have been watching that, not the whole trial, but I've been watching, like I watched this morning, I watched the closing arguments. I watched all of the closing arguments from the prosecutor, and I watched about half of the closing arguments from Gerhard, the defendant's lawyer. And I'm gonna tell you what, the lawyer for Gerhard probably going to hell, but I would hire him. I mean, he gets this righteous indignation. But he's defending this man who probably tried to kill his wife. I mean, that's my opinion. And the guy even admitted it to his own son. The guy's own son, who is not it's the stepson of the lady that almost died. So the lady's name is, what's her name? Ariel. Ariel isn't even the biological mother of this kid. The husband, Gerhard, is the biological father of this kid. And he testified against his dad, and he lives with the stepmom. And he said that his dad had confessed to him. The guy also like went missing after the incident. The police finally show up. They like huff and puff to get to where they were on the trail. And Gerhard is nowhere to be found. It took him 8 hours to track this man down. And so it really brought up this kind of idea of an Alpine divorce. And I'm like, did y'all know? I asked y'all, did you know? Have you ever heard of an Alpine divorce? It's where you like take your wife off to the mountains, the Alps, and then she's never heard from again. Either abandon her or push her off. And it happens with wives. I'm sure it could happen with a husband too. It's not like gendered or whatever. But anyway, so a lot of speculations has been going on about this because that trial has been going on. The jury is deliberating right now. Let me actually look and see if someone like Gerhard Koenig trial jury. Let's see if the jury is still deliberating. So I want to give y'all the background, just a little background on this Gerhardt case, because I want you to understand what was on my mind when I stumbled across the next case. I'm going to tell you about jury deliberating. This came out 2 hours ago. That's him right there, the alleged killer. He's innocent till proven guilty, but the jury is deliberating right now. Deliberating whether doctor tried to unalive his wife on a scenic hike in Hawaii. The trial has aired the couple's marital problems leading up to the hike, along with their versions of what happened in the trial. Now, he did testify, which is unusual for defendants, because you got the Fifth Amendment right, but he testified. He's an anesthesiologist. It also was speculated that he had syringe. That's one of the allegations. He tried to syringe her. Accused of trying to unalive his wife on a cliffside hike, struck her so hard with a rock that pieces of the rock broke off in her scalp, according to prosecutors. Gerhardt, 47 years old, anesthesiologist, he had a plan and backup plans for murmuring his wife, Ariel, during a weekend trip to Honolulu for her birthday in March last year. That's a quick trial. March of last year, and 1 year later, he's on trial. Deputy Prosecutor Joel Gardner said this. He tried to push her off the cliff, and when that didn't work, he tried to stab her with a syringe filled with an unknown substance. And when that didn't work, he grabbed a rock. Every backup plan ends in Ariel's death. The doctor's lawyer told jurors Tuesday there were no such plans, and he repeatedly sought. So the doctor's lawyer, so the defense, said there's no plan. That was BS. Gerhardt has pleaded not guilty to attempted murder, and he insists he was defending himself from his wife, who he says attacked him. If Gerhardt had wanted to kill his wife and had access to a syringe, according to his attorney, wouldn't he have drugged her and then thrown her from the cliff rather than having started with a scuffle? No, I actually don't think that. I don't think he would have drugged her and then thrown her from the cliff, because she would have had that in her system. So it would make much more sense to me that a deranged lunatic who's trying to kill their wife would just be like, whoops. We just talked about Caitlyn Jenner's former manager and friend who just whoops off the hill in an ATV accident. Now, what if somebody had injected her with something before that? Well, then we're asking a whole different quote. We're looking at a whole different universe, and we're asking a bunch of different questions. But whoops, she was speeding. Whoops, she slipped. Yeah, there's going to be a lot more fingers getting pointed back at Gerhardt than if she has propanol or propanol or rohypnol or something in her system. That's going to be a pretty serious, different story. But anyway, maybe he didn't do it. I wasn't there. The jury is deliberating. They're the ones who are going to decide. You would first use the syringe, he said. This doesn't make any sense. The trial started last month, nearly a year after the incident in the hike on the Palipuka Trail in Honolulu. It ended with her bloodied and screaming that he tried to kill her. Their 2 young sons had stayed at home while the Koenigs were on the trip. Near a lookout offering sweeping views, Gerhardt, upset about his wife's emotional affair with another man, attacked her. It was only because 2 other hikers interrupted the assault that it stopped, according to the prosecutors. So she was supposedly cheating on him, but everyone agrees that it was never physical. Does that make a difference? To some people, yes. To some people, doesn't make any difference at all. And to some people, it's still cheating, but it would be worse if it was physical as well. So I'm not defending this lady. Okay. You shouldn't cheat on your spouse. You make a promise, you uphold, you shouldn't be cheating on your spouse, period. That being said, I don't think if you cheat on your spouse, you deserve to be pushed off a ravine or beaten in the head with a rock until you die. Okay. I don't know. Obsidian said, I don't buy that it's normal, even for an anesthesiologist, to have propofol in his bag. That is not normal. It's not normal. And he did have stuff in his bag. I don't know what substances he had in there, but he did have syringes. He did have little vials of things. I don't know why he would bring that out of the hospital. I don't know why. That and the son's testimony sold it for Obsidian. Not physical. The conversations they were having were flirty at best. Nothing ever out of line. And look, maybe for you, I know some people are more jealous than others. I know some people consider more things to be cheating than others. I certainly don't want to find that my spouse or significant other has been having flirty conversations with somebody all over up and down WhatsApp as their most used app. Even if it wasn't out of line, I would kind of want some type of reason for that. Like, why aren't they on the work email? Why are they on WhatsApp? You know, stuff like that. But the jury is deliberating right now. Gerhardt testified that his wife was having an affair, which he confirmed by snooping. He unlocked her phone while she was asleep. The relationship was characterized as an emotional affair involving flirty messages with a coworker, and it came up during the hike. Ariel testified that her husband grabbed her, moved her toward the cliff's edge, and she threw herself on the ground in an attempt to hold on. He got on top of her, straddled her, and had a syringe in his hand, she said, but she claims she batted it away. She bit his forearm and squeezed his downstairs parts. He reacted. He felt horrible about it. He never wanted to hurt her, allegedly. Her husband denied pushing her toward the edge. He testified she hit him with a rock on the side of his face. He testified he wrestled the rock away from her and then hit her with it only twice in self-defense. But his own experts said she was hit more than twice with the rock. So I've been watching, like I said, the closing, the testimony and the closing arguments of that case over the last week or so. And I found it to be very compelling. Actually, if I would have known I would be this interested in the case or find it that interesting, I think I would have just covered it. Put an 8 in the chat. Put an 8 in the chat if you would have watched me cover that, or if you would watch me cover a trial like that in the future. I'm interested in it. So I'm watching it in the mornings anyway. And if y'all are interested in it, maybe we can watch it together as they go on. Not this one, but just, you know, in the future. So that's on my mind, right? And yesterday I saw this article, or an article like this. I don't have the exact one I saw, but we'll read this ABC article, good as any. Okay, so whoa, there's a lot of 8s in here. Yeah, no, I don't know what this Amy bot is. I just blocked them. Okay. So look at this. This is a different case. Okay. This is not the same case, but when I saw this title, I was like, this is giving me those Gerhardt Koenig feelings. All right. And again, innocent until proven guilty, but look at the title. This is from yesterday. American woman missing at sea after going overboard on a dinghy in the Bahamas, according to police. A search is underway for the woman, Lynette Hooker. That's her name. Unfortunate name. Hope they gave the kids her maiden name. Lynette Hooker is missing. An American woman is missing in the Bahamas after she reportedly went overboard while traveling on a dinghy, that's a little boat, and strong currents carried her out to sea. So my first thing is like, wait, was she on the dinghy? She went overboard off a dinghy and the current carried her away. First of all, that don't sound right to me. Something sounds weird about that. You didn't put the paddle in the water for her to grab. She didn't grab onto the side of the boat. It's a little low. It's not a cruise ship. It's a little boat. It's a little boat. Let me pull up what's a dinghy. Let me just show y'all. Dinghy. It's like this. It's like this type of thing. She went overboard on one of these. She couldn't grab onto the rope. No, she couldn't grab onto the paddle. Nobody could. She just gone forever immediately. I mean, I've been around strong currents all my life. Something ain't sitting right about it to me. If she went overboard, did somebody then zoom away? I'm already put a 9 in the chat. You're having Gerhardt Koenig feels about this. Is this Alpine? Is this Bahama divorce? Is this oceanic divorce? Do we need a new? Y'all are saying it's suspicious. Would be hard to get back on there if there was no ladder. Yes, it would. But look at all the other stuff that there is. There's ropes. There's something to hold on to. I know if my man went overboard, or if I went overboard of a dinghy, I'll be holding on to that rope. We'd be together, stuck together. I'll be holding on to something. Maybe I wouldn't be able to get back in. But I don't know. I actually think I could get back in there. Now I want to do a test. Anybody in the New Jersey tri-state area got a dinghy? I want to try to get back in it real quick for science. Who was she with? Great question. Let's read further. The woman and her husband had departed Hopetown on the Abaco Islands for Elbow Cay. K or Bay? What's a K? Around 7:30 p.m. Oh God, they were nighttime in the dinghy on Saturday, according to the Royal Bahamas. Royal Bahamas. Why's it got to be royal? Anyway, according to the police, the missing woman, Lynette, and her husband departed from Hopetown at about 7:30 p.m. on Saturday. They were en route to their yacht. They have a yacht, by the way, called the Soulmate. When, her husband said, the woman fell overboard due to poor weather. These are water people. These are people that go on the water. They have a yacht. Hopetown Volunteer Fire and Rescue Assistant Chief Stafford Patterson said, strong currents. Oh, this is from the police. Strong currents subsequently carried her away and he lost sight of her. Patterson, the volunteer fire and rescue assistant, shout out, can we get a thank you, a big thank you to all volunteer firefighters? I think of all public servants, those are my favorite ones. The volunteer firefighters have a special place in my heart. I think I want to start National BJC Volunteer Firefighter Award Day or something, because I love a volunteer fire department and a volunteer firefighter. Shout out to them. Thankless, selfless. They not getting paid. So this volunteer fire chief said that he said that the identified the missing woman as 55-year-old Lynette Hooker of Olmsted, Michigan. It is unknown if she was wearing a life jacket. They're from Michigan. Okay, I guess that's the husband. Yeah, there they are. That's her, that's him. She was holding the boat key when she went overboard, causing the 8-foot hard-bottom dinghy engine to shut off. Her husband, 58-year-old Bryon Hooker, subsequently paddled the boat to a marina. So it had a little motor, a little engine, and it had paddles. Arriving about 4 a.m. Sunday, according to Patterson, he reported his wife overboard to an individual who then alerted police. A search and rescue operation is ongoing. The effort involves Bahamas and U.S. authorities and volunteers, according to police. The U.S. Coast Guard launched an aircraft to support the search and rescue. The investigation is ongoing, the police force said. Carly Aylesworth, the daughter of Lynette Hooker, I guess it's not the daughter of the husband too. She released a statement Monday, day before yesterday. She said, I have been privy to very little information. My sole concern is to find out what happened to my mother and make sure a full and complete investigation is performed into her disappearance. And so this is the daughter, her daughter. And she does not have the last name Hooker. Good. While the Royal Bahama Police are investigating this matter, I would also appreciate any involvement of the federal, state, or local authorities to look into the circumstances of this tragic situation. Okay. That's them again. You see the husband, see the wife, Lynette. Look how tan her feet are. That's how you know somebody's outside a lot. In a good way. You should be outside. That's nature. The U.S. State Department is aware of reports regarding a missing American near Elbow Cay and is working with Bahamas authorities to provide assistance. A spokesperson for the agency said Monday. So the U.S. State Department is aware of it and is on the job. The State Department previously warned of potentially deadly boating dangers in the Bahamas. What if it's like a Bermuda Triangle? Where's that at? A travel advisory issued in March says boating is not well regulated on the islands and injuries and deaths have occurred. So maybe there's no foul play, or maybe there is, and that could be the end of it. But guess what? There was another statement made. Let me show y'all This tweet I came across today, and I was like, I freaking knew it. I sensed it. New York Post said the husband of this missing American woman previously threatened to throw her overboard, according to her daughter. We might need to just make sure we're up to date on this case because it may be a criminal investigation happening here. Husband of missing American in Bahamas, quote, previously threatened to throw her overboard as her daughter shares chilling voice note. Carly Aylesworth believes something might have happened involving her mom, Lynette, and her hubby, Bryon, while they were out at sea Saturday night. The daughter revealed she received a voice note from him amid the search. I do believe something might have happened to her, according to the daughter. She said there's a history of him choking her out and threatening to throw her overboard. So the fact that this is actually happening makes me think there's more to the story. Bahamas authorities say Lynette, 55 years old, was swept away by the currents after falling from the dinghy she was in with Bryon while trying to reach their yacht. A criminal investigation has not yet been opened. Bryon hasn't been charged with any crime. He hasn't commented on the allegations either. But the daughter of the missing woman also claimed Bryon's persona would change after he drank alcohol. He started to act more smart-assy and more picking at you, like, I know this will irritate you, so I'm going to do that type of attitude, she said. Lynette and Bryon left Hopetown after sunset Saturday to reach Elbow Cay. She fell into the water with the dinghy's keys, something which baffled Aylesworth, who said Bryon always drove. She said Bryon is always driving, so he basically is in charge of the key. So the fact that my mom had it doesn't make any sense. Y'all. She also revealed her mom would not lose her balance on a boat, which fueled even more suspicions. Bryon paddled to the Marsh Harbor boatyard, arriving at 4 a.m. before he reported his wife missing. The daughter recalled a voice note that she received from her stepdad. Hello, honey, it's Dad. I just got call from Hopetown Search and Rescue, and they found the flotation device that I threw to Mom when she fell overboard. Bryon told officials he last saw his wife swim toward the shore. The search for Lynette has turned into a recovery mission, and Aylesworth fears the worst. The daughter, she said, the more time that goes on, the more I disbelieve that she's going to come back alive. I don't think you can tread water for that long, but I hope maybe she's on a little island somewhere. Lynette and Bryon documented their adventures at sea on social media under the moniker the Sailing Hookers. Oh, we got to look that up. They said they had sailed away from their BS and were living their best life. Hours before her disappearance, before Lynette's disappearance, the couple had shared a photograph of a small boat in shallow water tied to a jetty, not going anywhere for a while. The post was captioned, we got to look up the traveling hookers, the sailing hookers. Girl, this is another Gabby Petito situation. The sailing hookers. They have 441 subscribers. I just subscribed, girl. Look. Sailing with the Dolphins 3 years ago. The most recent video they posted was about a month ago. 4 months ago. 3 years ago, they had videos from 3 years ago. Let's see. They're old. So they don't actually have that many videos. 4 years ago, sailing to Milwaukee. 4 years ago. Okay. Seals, Dolphins, whale, our day trip. I mean, it looks fun. He also looks like Russ McCamey. That, like, you know, that guy that has the haunted house. That's like a real haunted house. He won't let you leave and you have to sign away your life. He has that like demonic look. Look, this is what he looks like. What the hell is this? No, thank you. That's him. This is Russ. Doesn't this guy kind of like have that same? Put it in the chat if you see what if you're picking up what I'm putting down here. Okay, let's do the sailing hookers bought a sailboat in Texas. Let's just take a look. They might have copyrighted music. Let's see. Okay, yeah, it's music. I don't want to play the music. They bought a sailboat.
Closing day in Rockport, Texas.
Closing day. Okay, let's look at their most recent one from 4 weeks ago. So they They upload a video 7 months ago, 3 minutes long. They upload another one 6 months ago, 14 seconds long. And then about a month ago, little paddleboarding this morning, Bahamas. Oh, let me switch my account so I don't have ads. Okay, here they go. They paddleboarding. This is them. This is the man, and the woman is missing. Okay. Oh, you can hear her voice.
Some places are brand new. Some are missing. Some are missing roofs. There's a boat sunk.
Is it a shipwreck? Paddleboarding looks fun. So she could balance on a paddleboard, but not a dinghy.
The turtles like the edge.
There's turtles. Let's speed it up.
You can't help yourself, crabby. Super crabby.
Crab.
Oh, I did. Turtle.
Turtle, look right there. Cutie. How cute. So this is their YouTube channel. What do they have? 1.6 thousand views. Where is this lady? Her daughter said he had threatened to throw her overboard. Something might have happened involving her mom when they were out at sea Saturday night. I do believe something might have happened to her. There's history of him choking her out and threatening to throw her overboard. So the fact this is actually happening makes me believe there's much more to the story. So I want to see, let's do the jury watch here. Closing arguments, 18 hours. Let's go jury. The jury is still deliberating, it seems. Let's go to X and see. Usually that's going to be like the fastest updates on the case, on these cases. Let's see. Koenig jury. Or I'll do Koenig verdict. Latest. Be a great day. Guilty verdict. That's for sure. Okay, so no, it's still no verdict. It's on the verdict watch at this point. So let me go and look at the. Let me go look at the poll. What y'all voted. Make sure you get your votes in. Make sure you get your votes in for the topic. Oh, I'm not on the right thing. Okay, hold on. Get your votes in for the next topic. I don't know if anything's close. Oh, I'm not on the right thing. Oh, y'all want conspiracy theory by a lot. Okay. All right. We'll do conspiracy theories next. Okay. I'll end the poll now. 153 votes, and conspiracy theories, NASA and missing scientists got 55% of the vote. It wasn't even close. Can we get the likes up to 300 likes? It's at 247. Let's get it to 300 if you don't mind. Okay, so let's go ahead and just start then the conspiracy theory section. The first thing I have is this one about the NASA flight. Conspiracy theorists, this is from the New York Post Twitter, pounce on new NASA video. Pure green screen BS. Okay, let's see what they're saying. Oh, it's a video. Okay. Conspiracy theorists are going bonkers over a new NASA video they claim proves the Artemis II mission to the moon is staged in front of a green screen. The brave crew gave a live interview over the weekend to CNN discussing their journey to the moon, while a plush toy named Rise floated around the capsule as a sign of zero gravity, right? So they put the plush toy in there to prove to all of us that it really is zero gravity. But a clip of the interview filmed by a cell phone from the TV allegedly shows visual distortions and flickers of text, including the letters TAN and OW across the toy's body and head. Okay, I guess we gotta watch freaking ads. Oh God, girl, no, I don't want to. No, stop. Okay, well, I'll let those play out. Get your tinfoil hats on, everybody. Right. Let me see if I can find some other sources. NASA Artemis conspiracy theory. Here's the Florida Today article from Florida Today. No, I'm not. No, stop, please. My God. Can I just click on the news and read it for the love of God? Did they really land on the moon? Artemis II photos, conspiracies debunked. Here's what to know about Artemis II. The first time NASA sent humans to the moon, and why some people, Kim Kardashian, believe it never happened. Oh, Kim Kardashian's in on it too? On the conspiracy theories? Artemis II launched April 1st, April Fool's Day. I mean, if they want the conspiracy theories to chill out, maybe don't send them to the moon on April Fool's Day. Marking the first crewed moon mission in 54 years. What is Artemis II? 4 astronauts will journey around the moon, but will not land on the lunar surface. Despite evidence from 6 previous moon landings, conspiracy theorists persist. Most recently fueled by Kim Kardashian's comments in 2025 and legendary Apollo 11 astronaut Buzz Aldrin, the second person to walk on the moon, watched Artemis II launch from his home in California. But we watched some clips of Buzz Aldrin the other day on I think it was the last live that I did. We watched him say it never happened. We watched him say, you didn't watch me live on the moon. That didn't happen. So I found that to be very interesting indeed. I'm still waiting for the ads to play through on this stupid New York Post. I mean, my God, do they have the freaking ads? Jesus Christ, how long does this ad last? It's like making me sit through the whole freaking 2-minute ad. And I'll never tell y'all what the ad is for, because they're gonna have to pay me if they want to advertise on my channel. Okay, boom. We're here. Here we go.
Bonkers over NASA video they claim proves the Artemis II mission to the moon is staged in front of a green screen. The brave crew gave a live interview over the weekend to CNN discussing their journey to the moon, while a plush toy named Rise floated around the capsule.
Okay,
as a sign
here's
of zero
Rise.
gravity.
Here is the Rise toy. Okay, this is the toy that's sparking the theories.
Clip of the interview filmed by a cell phone from the TV allegedly shows visual distortions and flickers of text, including the letters TAN and OW across the toy's body.
That is green screen. Oh, that is green screen. Oh my gosh. I'm racking my brain right now trying to find a reason other than this is a fake Hollywood movie set. I don't have nothing coming to mind. I know what it looks like. I know what green screen distortion looks like because I filmed in front of a green screen for BJ Investigates for years. I have a wall of green screen in my house. A wall of green screen in my house. Paint. We painted the green screen on a wall in my house because I did BJ Investigates in front of a green screen for years. And maybe I still will. Maybe we'll go back to that. I don't know. But like there will be like if you're wearing something green, then it'll take your shirt out and then it looks like you're a floating head. Like you gotta be careful. I rewinded it a little bit. Look.
by a cell phone from the TV allegedly shows visual distortions and flickers of text, including the letters TAN and OW across the toy's body and head. Conspiracists quickly seized on the clip as supposed proof that the entire mission was staged. Green screen studio glitching on the Artemis moon mission. It's all fake, one ex-user wrote. Pure green screen bullshit. Same exact fabric they use on movie sets. Artemis? Fake as hell. They never went up there. Whole thing's a staged circus, and we're the idiots paying for it. Truths buried under layers of CGI and lies. Wake up, man, a second ex-user added. However, the more likely explanation appears to be that the clip was recorded from a TV display with chromic.
Here comes the excuse, okay? The more likely explanation than them lying straight to our faces, because that can't be the most likely explanation. It's got to be something else. Something real technical none of us little stupid asses could understand. Certainly not someone like me who spent years recording in front of a green screen. No, I'm too stupid to understand the real, more likely explanation, which is, drum roll please,
second ex-user added. However, the more likely explanation appears to be that the clip was recorded from a TV display with chroma key overlay processing active. Chroma key, also known as green screen or blue screen effect, is commonly used by broadcasters to insert captions, graphics, and lower third text into live footage. Live interviews often include graphic overlays such as captions, logos, and name banners, which are digitally layered in real time over the video. The live video and graphics can suffer mismatches, causing fragments of the on-screen text to briefly overlap with bright or moving objects, such as the plush toy in the video, making it seem as if the letters were appearing off.
Fine. Maybe that can happen. Then why do we never see this happening on the news ever in any other ways? We only ever see this phenomenon when it's astronauts. And then there was the whole thing about these supposed astronauts being from the central casting. Remember we were live the other day and I was like, why is central casting trending? Let me see if I can find the clip. I found it today. Okay, here's one. Okay, we're in the conspiracy theory section. It is a conspiracy theory. I will be flat out honest with you up front. I don't know what you thought, but just in case you thought, I've never been to the moon myself. I never been in a spaceship. I never been in the orbit. I never did the flying up. I never been in zero gravity. I never did a flight simulator. I don't know. I wasn't there with these people. I don't know if they were on a Hollywood movie set. I don't know if they were on the moon. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no clue, actually. So all that being said, maybe they did. Maybe they did go over there to the moon and stuff, or fly around it or whatever. Maybe they really did go to the moon, but they also can't actually worry about taking video up there. So they just videoed on a TV set what they would do on the, flying around the moon or whatever. I mean, it is kind of crazy to think about the fact that they have time on their mission going around the moon doing science to sit there and do vlogging basically and live interviews with CNN. But maybe they did, maybe they did. Maybe they did, maybe they did. But there's other things that are fueling conspiracy theories, like not just that, green screen situation, but this guy right here saying in his NASA outfit, this is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon. He said that in 2025. Transportation Secretary and current head of NASA, Sean Duffy. NASA is central casting, they're saying. Again, y'all, this is the conspiracy theory section of today's video. Okay, it's not, I don't know what's real.
Christina, really. Jeremy, we're going to the moon. When we get off the planet, we might come right back home. We might spend 3 or 4 days around Earth. We might go to the moon. That's where we want to go, but it is a test mission.
I didn't know this was like an edited laughing.
5 minutes that we're closest to the lunar surface are also going to be out of contact. We're going to have an LOS in NASA terms, a loss of signal. And while we cannot talk to the planet and our friends that are even in space on the International Space Station, I would love it if the entire world, those 8 billion people Jeremy mentioned, could come together and just, be hoping and praying for us to get that acquisition of signal and be back in touch with everybody.
This was from November, by the way.
We might find nothing, but it's definitely worth looking. And now I'm totally bought in. And we're going to be like, I hope we don't make something up. When you see numbers like Mach 39 at entry, when you see numbers like 38,000 miles, 250,000 miles, 6 million pounds on the pad, those are just insane numbers. Like those are just not numbers that humans generally think about.
Oh my God!
We were flying a sim yesterday and watching the miles click down. What did we say? We were doing like 5 or 7 miles, 7 miles a second, coming back to Earth. So these numbers just, you don't even comprehend.
I could do without the edits.
We're going to send humans to the moon.
This is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon.
What did you say? And when I look at the future,
okay, again, the man just said this is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon. What? The man in the NASA suit is saying this is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon. Okay, maybe it's AI. Maybe it's something. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's that. But the clips keep adding up. Look at this one. Truth in plain sight. They openly admitted the truth on television. 2 of the 4 American astronauts. They're right out of central casting. Why would he say that? Okay, let's listen to this man. Okay.
Keep learning. And with Donald Trump, NASA's back. Tomorrow, this mission's going off. The 127th mission to the space station. Mike and Sonia, the 2 of the 4 American astronauts that are on that flight, they're right out of central casting. But what happened, Sean? You talked about the moon, and I want to get to that.
He said it on the news. They're right out of central casting. They're right out of central casting. What is central casting, you might be wondering? Well, let me Google central casting conspiracy theory. Okay. The phrase central casting in the context of political conspiracy theories, particularly surrounding Donald Trump, refers to the belief that certain political figures, officials, or individuals in public-facing roles are deliberately chosen or hired for their appearance to fulfill a specific narrative or look, reminiscent of a movie casting director's choices. Okay. But look, centralcasting.com, extras, memorable moments from a storied history. You don't have to have a clue about background actors to have heard of central casting. Straight out of central casting is an idiom President Trump has used to refer to politicians or civil servants who look the part. The phrase has appeared in some shape or form in films and TV shows like The West Wing, Portlandia, and pervaded American life since its namesake was established 100 years ago. Central casting has specialized in providing extras who can believably populate any scene. So I don't know if the astronauts came out of central casting, but you know who I do think comes out of central casting? It's my real belief and opinion. So-called fans that show up with posters. Fans have posters outside of a place that they didn't even know a celebrity was going to be. Or how did they know the celebrity was going to be there? Maybe because they were cast in the role. Doechii. Oh, Doechii the guy. Oh, Ariana. Even Ariana Grande, huge star. Yes. But they're very secretive. These people have basically former intelligence and sometimes current intelligence officers and agents as their security. They're very private. They're not just advertising where they're going to be next and whatever. So it's like you get Ryan Reynolds coming out of the dentist and there's 15 people standing there asking for his autograph. Tell it to somebody who's going to take that seriously and believe it, because it ain't going to be me. It ain't going to be me. But look, they have a website in the 1920s. Wannabe Mary Pickfords and Douglas Fairbankses were flooding LA and falling prey to exploitative casting agencies and questionable payment practices. William Hayes, president of the Major Studios Trade Association, led the charge on forming a central employment office to resolve these issues before they could cast a reputational pall on Hollywood. The Central Casting Corporation was born. Early on, it was very chaotic in managing the background actors. According to Mark Goldstein, head of Entertainment Partners, which owns Central Casting. So the Goldsteins are owners. Got it. Of Central Casting. Got it. Central Casting got formed by all the studios at the time to actually create some governance. Ooh, they put govern right there in the name, in the mission statement. For decades, Actors who registered with Central Casting could call its offices daily to see if roles were available starting at 6 a.m. In 2017, the company launched a website and text messaging service that reconfigured this system. Sometimes the number of would-be extras overwhelmed the system, and Central Casting had to limit its number of registered actors. Over time, so now it's more exclusive, is what I'm hearing. Over time, the agency racked up quite the list of alums. Brad Pitt, John Wayne, and Jean Harlow among them. In 1976, Central Casting went private, shedding its role as the official pipeline for extras to major studios. Today, it has about 200,000 registered extras and remains a leader among background actor agencies. It has become the go-to place to get your career started. We have so many stories where people have gotten off a plane, a train, a boat, and they go straight to Central Casting to register. It's their entry to Hollywood. Okay. So now we got the guy on the news saying they're straight out of Central Casting. Maybe don't just throw that around like that if you're not serious. You know what I mean? Anyway, so that's the NASA conspiracy theories that I was able to wrangle around and wrangle up. And this has all to do with the recent so-called trip to the moon. Now, maybe again, look, y'all, maybe they went to the moon. I don't freaking know. I didn't go. I can promise you I didn't go. I wasn't there. So, I don't know. Oh, along these same lines, we have talked on this channel several times about the missing scientists, the ones that are all in the fields of either nuclear weapons and nuclear research or aliens and UFOs. Yeah. So we need to talk about that. That case has developed further. We have two updates. I have two updates to give y'all on that. And the first update is another scientist is now dead. Okay. And it's not just any old thing. This is a mystery. It's another mysterious scientist passing. Okay. Mystery surrounds death of 9th scientist tied to U.S. secrets as disturbing pattern grows. Now, I do want to remind y'all, Ariel Koenig, the wife of the anesthesiologist who supposedly the jury is deliberating, but supposedly he tried to push her off a cliff and kill her. And then he tried to beat her in the head with a rock after he tried to stab her with a syringe or whatever that was. Do you know what her job was? She was a nuclear research worker. She worked at a nuclear research or for a nuclear research facility. And a lot of these people who have passed these mysterious deaths, it has to do with hiking. One lady went missing while she was hiking with her friends. One of them went for a hike or a walk. Another scientist with ties to America's space program has now joined the growing list of deaths and disappearances around the U.S. Michael David Hicks, a research scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. All these deaths are coming back to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Passed away July 30th, 2023 at the age of 59. So this was 3 years ago he passed away, but the cause of death was never made public and no record of an autopsy being performed could be found. He worked at the Jet Propulsion Lab from 1998 to 2022. Over 20 years. He was credited with almost 30 years. He was credited with publishing over 80 scientific papers and was part of multiple teams helping NASA understand the physical properties of comets and asteroids. Specifically, he was involved with the DART project. That was NASA's test to see if humans could deflect dangerous asteroids away from Earth. He also worked on the Deep Space One mission, which tested new spacecraft technology that flew by a comet in 2001. There have been no public allegations of foul play, but his case marks the 9th person with ties to America's space or nuclear secrets who has died mysteriously or vanished in recent years. And yeah, he might be the 9th person reported, but he's the first person. Actually, I think it's very important that chronologically in time, he was the first person to die. 2023. The rest of the deaths all happened starting at the end of 2024 or in 2025. This man was 2023. So he's really the first one, but the ninth to be kind of looped into this growing theory. And we are in the conspiracy theories section of the video, but at some point the conspiracies start to look like patterns. Moreover, 3 of these scientists had close ties to this man. Okay, so 3 of the scientists who are missing or dead had close ties to this Hicks man who died all the way back in 2023. All of them worked at the Jet Propulsion Lab or participated in NASA missions there at the Jet Propulsion Lab. We have Monica Reza, the Jet Propulsion Lab's new director of the Materials Processing Group. She vanished without a trace in June last year, just months after beginning her tenure at the NASA lab. 2 other men with deep ties to the Jet Propulsion Lab also died recently, including a longtime co-worker of Hicks, a man named Frank Mywald. He died suddenly in July 2024 at the age of 61. Even less public acknowledgement happened about his public passing. Meanwhile, there was another guy, an astrophysicist named Carl Grillmeyer, 67 years old. He was actually murdered on the front porch of his home in February this year. The California Institute of Technology researchers' work was heavily supported by NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and Grillmeyer was personally involved with major space telescope missions led by NASA. The Daily Mail has reached out to NASA, which is Hicks' alma mater, and Hicks's alma mater at the University of Arizona, and to the scientist's friends and colleagues for comment on the circumstances surrounding his death. Strangely, a series of online obituaries dedicated to this scientist that died in 2023, Hicks, did not mention any health issues before his death, which appeared to happen suddenly about a year after he left the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. A similar situation unfolded after Mywald's death in July 2024. July 2023, 1 died. July 2024, 1 died. July 2025, 1 went missing. A similar situation unfolded after Mywald's death on July 4th. Okay. He died on July 4th, 2024. When the prominent researcher died in his home from unknown circumstances, despite him being a Jet Propulsion Lab principal, which is an award given to scientists making outstanding individual contributions in their field, there was no public comment from authorities after his death. The only public record marking his passing was a single obituary posted online. NASA and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory have not commented on the deaths of these people, Mywald or Hicks, and did not reply to the Daily Mail's inquiries into the nature of the scientists' work before their deaths. It says in June 2023, just a year and 1 month, okay, so 13 months before his death, Mywald, hold on, I gotta write something. Mywald was the lead researcher on a breakthrough that could help future space missions detect clear signs of life on other worlds in the solar system and beyond. As for the other Jet Propulsion Lab connected scientists, Grillmeyer had contributed to the discovery of water on a distant planet, with colleagues calling his work ingenious, and added that the research could point to signs of life less than 160 light years from Earth. According to his Caltech profile, he also worked on the NEO-WISE and the NEO-Surveyor, which are infrared space telescopes that track asteroids. However, experts have also expressed concern that this technology has also been used in advanced missile design. So maybe another country that's like always in a war, who has no problem doing any and everything they want on American soil, because definitely nothing's ever going to happen to that country while these perverts and creeps are in charge over here. Maybe they're plucking up the scientists. Don't you remember Project Paperclip? Put a 9 in the chat. You remember Project Paperclip? That was after the fall of Nazi Germany. They just took all the scientists, or a lot of them, that were doing experiments on people in the camps and stuff, and they just brought them to the United States, gave them immunity, let them change their names, and then they became the NASA scientists of the 60s and the 50s. Remember that? Yeah, people remember it. So now is this like a reverse paperclip? Do we have people getting picked up from here? Do we have their names and their identities being changed? Are they in underground bunkers being forced to do stuff? I mean, some of these people are dead and it's confirmed, but I mean, is it really, if there's one, I mean, can't anybody just make an obituary? Do we have any like actual proof that some of these people are actually dead? These are the questions that I start to wonder. And especially when you consider the fact that like Jeffrey Epstein, for example, who I firmly believe is actually still alive also. But maybe he's dead. Maybe he's dead. One thing you don't have to speculate on is that he paid millions of dollars every year for years and years and years to private scientists to work on private scientist projects for Jeffrey Epstein. $20 million a year around 2007. So are the billionaires scooping up the NASA scientists who are looking for, I mean, are there any billionaires you can think of with perhaps rocket companies? Perhaps maybe 2 billionaires who are in a race with each other for government contracts. I don't know. If a billionaire like Jeffrey Epstein, who I don't think was ever a billionaire, by the way, but if a supposed billionaire like Jeffrey Epstein can hire private scientists, what's to stop a billionaire who's alive and well today? From doing the same? I don't know. And I'm not even going to name his name over here, but there's another like AI billionaire type guy. He's the leader. He's the creator, the founder, I'll say, the founder of a certain tech company, and he's accused of murder. So if these guys are willing to operate like this, and I don't know, I said accused. I didn't say convicted. I didn't say proof. I just said he's accused of it. He was asked about it on Tucker Carlson. I'm scared to even mention the man's name because I don't know what these tech billionaires have. What could they plant something on your computer? Can they, I don't know, surveil us? Can they make my stuff blow up? Like I'm kind of scared of them, if we being honest, because they get away with everything. Nothing ever happens to them. We look in the wrong direction, we sniff in the wrong direction, and we get locked up. So anyway, that man had worked on telescopes that could possibly be helping to track life and water or whatever on other planets, but also the technology has been used in advanced missile designs. Frank Mywald and Carl Grillmar, I guess I don't have that picture up, had deep ties to NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab in California before both men died within the last 2 years. That's Monica Reza. She's missing. The one that went missing in the hike in California, that's her. The string of deaths and missing person cases has drawn the attention of Congress and members of the U.S. intelligence community who see a disturbing pattern surrounding experts with knowledge of missiles and rocket engines. Former FBI Assistant Director recently told the Daily Mail, you can say these things are all suspicious. And these are scientists who have worked in critical technology. He claimed that the multiple foreign intelligence services, including enemies and allies of the United States, have been targeting Americans possessing secrets of the nation's technology for decades. You see this? Allies of the United States have been targeting Americans with secrets of the nation's tech for decades. China, Russia, even some of our friends, Pakistan, India, Iran, North Korea, our friends? North Korea, they target this type of technology. I don't think we're friends with North Korea, buddy. Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett, he was the first one to really start sounding the alarm. He told the Daily Mail in March, there have been several others throughout the country that have disappeared under suspicious circumstances, and I think we ought to be paying attention to it. He was referencing at least 4 other investigations in the U.S. in recent months, including the high-profile disappearance of retired Air Force General William Neal McCasland and the murder of respected physicist Nuno Lauriero. So 2 of them's been murdered. McCaslin was the latest disappearance. He vanished without a trace in February after leaving his home on foot with only a handgun. The disappearance of McCaslin, who reportedly held nuclear and UFO-related secrets, his disappearance has been tied to Reza Grillmeyer through their work on advanced missile and rocket science. While commanding the Air Force Research Lab, the general supervised and approved funding for Monica Reza's work to invent a new metal used to create space-age rocket engines. Meanwhile, Grillmeyer's work with NEOWISE and NEOSurveyor, those are the telescopes, has also been linked to the Air Force, as the NASA telescopes used the same systems the military relies on to track satellites and hypersonic missiles. While Lorierio's murder has not been directly connected to the other deaths and disappearances, Tim Burchett, the former intelligence guy, and independent investigators have noted that his revolutionary work in nuclear fusion may have made him a target of greater conspiracy against United States scientists. Nuno Lorio was 47 years old when he was assassinated at his home in the Boston suburb of Brookline, Massachusetts on December 15th, 2025, authorities said the gunman was Claudio Neves Valente, which is a former classmate from Portugal. It's been happening since the Cold War, though, this former intelligence guy explained, especially when nuclear technology and missile technology were first coming to the forefront. This was something that happened a lot. 2 others with ties to nuclear research went missing. Y'all, I cannot stop thinking about the fact that the lady whose German husband, I mean, he's from South Africa or something. His name's Gerhard Koenig. All right. Let's call it what it is. Her German husband tried to push her off of into a ravine off a cliff on a hike, according to this prosecutor stuff. And she was working in nuclear and he wanted her to quit that job. She didn't want to quit the job. Anthony Chavez and Melissa Casillas both. Wait, hold on. 2 other researchers with ties to nuclear research 2 other people with ties to nuclear research went missing just weeks apart. Anthony Chavez and Melissa Casillas. They both worked at the Los Alamos National Laboratory, vanished from their homes in 2025 under nearly identical circumstances. Chavez was 79 years old. He worked in the nuclear research lab until his retirement in 2017. Casillas, 54 years old, was an active administrative assistant at the facility and is believed to have had top security clearance. Both were last seen leaving their homes in New Mexico on foot, leaving behind their cars, keys, wallets, and phones before disappearing without a trace nearly a year ago. In another mysterious incident, Jason Thomas, a pharmaceutical researcher testing cancer treatments at Novartis, was found dead in Massachusetts in a lake, March 17th, 2026, after disappearing without a trace 3 months earlier. Tim Burchett, the Congress guy, has blasted the nation's intelligence community, specifically calling out the so-called alphabet agencies such as the FBI for being unhelpful and frustrating his attempts to find out the truth about what is happening to these scientists. The numbers seem very high in these certain areas of research. I'd think we'd be paying better attention. And I don't think we should trust our government, he warned. Well, newsflash, buddy, you're the government. So what you trying to say? Now, perhaps in response to all of that, or perhaps not, but the FBI is looking into it now, according to the Daily Mail. Exclusive. Scientists are vanishing or turning up dead. Now, ex-FBI boss reveals chilling plot is likely unfolding and who he fears is behind it. As the string of mysterious disappearances and deaths among America's scientists grows, a former FBI boss, this Chris Schwecker must be from the Central Casting, girl. They have him in every article. He was the assistant director in charge of the Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division during his 24-year career. He told the Daily Mail that foreign powers could be targeting citizens who have knowledge of U.S. national security secrets. The first thing you go to is its potential espionage. Our scientists have been targeted for a long time, especially in the rocket propulsion area, by hostile foreign intelligence services. A disturbing pattern has been developing after a former Air Force general, a top NASA scientist, and 2 employees from one of the country's major nuclear research labs all vanished without a trace in the span of just 10 months. The longtime FBI agent warned that if these disappearances are connected, several foreign powers may be responsible for abducting, blackmailing, torturing, and even killing key individuals to gain access to America's national security secrets. China, Russia, even Pakistan, India, Iran, North Korea, they target this type of technology. Enemy intelligence agencies have been attempting to derail top secret U.S. programs for decades, including using one of 2 main methods: finding ways to steal the information from the U.S. or killing those who know about the programs. It's been happening since the Cold War, especially when nuclear technology and missile technology was first coming to the forefront. I think we've seen instances where nuclear scientists have been taken out. They've been assassinated. When it comes to the first espionage act that may be unfolding, he said the 4 disappearances in the U.S. Southwest are extremely suspicious. If you're conjuring up a scenario here, kidnapping and trying to extract information out of someone, it's not unheard of. You know who else was in the Air Force and their Southwest mother got kidnapped? Savannah Guthrie's brother, Charles Guthrie. Charles Guthrie always thought it was very strange, kind of like blamed Savannah for it. Savannah said in an interview that she called up her brother and was like, do you think it's because of me that mom got kidnapped? And Charles, the brother, Charles Cameron, he said, yeah, I think it could be. What if he has some top secret something and they were trying to get it from him? I mean, I've always been suspicious of that brother ever since I saw him in the video, based on his body language, based on nothing but just me looking at that video. Okay. The FBI veteran focused on the cases of retired Air Force General William Neal McCaslin and aerospace engineer Monica Reza, who were closely connected through the Air Force Research Laboratory. McCaslin disappeared on February 27th after leaving his New Mexico home with only a .38 caliber revolver and no phone. He supervised research projects at the Air Force Research Laboratory, and allegedly he knows both nuclear and UFO related military secrets. Then we have Monica Reza, who was 60 years old, the first scientist to disappear in this alleged conspiracy on June 22nd last year, 2025. She vanished without a trace while hiking with 2 friends in California's Angeles National Forest. Who were the 2 friends, girl? She was the director of the materials processing group at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab. The 3rd missing person was Melissa Cassius. Okay, so we already read that, but look, it keeps going. There's another missing scientist. UFO expert Nick Pope, not missing. He's died. This came out yesterday. He died now too, UFO expert. Sad news for whatever the UFO community is. Nick Pope, known as the real-life version of the X-Files character Fox Mulder, has died after battling cancer. At least he has a cause. His wife, Elizabeth Weiss, confirmed her husband had passed in Tucson, Arizona. His wife, Elizabeth, what now? His much, much younger than him honeypot possible? I don't know. Girl, I don't know. I don't know these people. She looks about 20 to 30 years younger than him. And possibly a man. I mean, just looking at the bone structure, I don't know though, girl. She mentioned Nick had been doing interviews in the final weeks of his life, even as he suffered, and reflected that he was so lucky to be married to him. She was so lucky to marry him. He was a wonderful husband. I loved him dearly. He announced in February that he had been diagnosed with esophagus cancer and had spread to his liver. He acknowledged at the time, I can't beat it. In the lengthy announcement, he looked back on his 21-year career at the UK. Okay, this isn't the US, thank God. The UK Ministry of Defense, where he worked as a UFO investigator. He gushed about the true highlight of his life, Elizabeth. She's a real-life Agent Scully, a scientist, a skeptic, and a redhead. He was 60. How old was she? How old was Miss Weiss? That's what I want to know. Okay, well, that wraps up the missing scientist section. And then what else do I have here? And the conspiracy theory. Oh, okay. I had this device. Device was banned by the Rothschilds, but come to find out it was just an ad for something. So I'm not going to actually even show that until I do a little more research on that. But we're talking about espionage. We're talking about UFO. We're talking about our friends, our allies, including freaking North Korea. Yeah, fucking right. Excuse my language, but I mean, please. There are North Korean spies infiltrating the tech industry. Okay. And we need to talk about it. I need to tell you all about it because serious. It's very serious. North Korean spies are infiltrating the tech industry for specifically this, to get United States secrets, to get secrets, tech secrets to use for themselves and in relation to the North Korean weapons program. Okay, they're trying to raise money for the weapons program because everybody wants a freaking nuke in 2026. Here is an article from August of last year. North Korean spies posing as remote workers have infiltrated hundreds of companies, according to CrowdStrike. Researchers at security giant CrowdStrike, this is from August last year, say they have seen hundreds of cases where North Koreans posing as remote IT workers have infiltrated companies to generate money for the regime, marking a sharp increase over previous years. Per CrowdStrike's latest threat hunting report, the company has identified more than 320 incidents over the past 12 months, up by 220%, by the way, from the year earlier, in which North Koreans gained fraudulent employment at Western companies working remotely as developers. The scheme relies on North Koreans using fake identities, fake resumes, and fake work histories to gain employment and earn money for the regime, as well as allowing access for the workers to steal data from the companies they work for and later extort them. The aim is to generate funds for North Korea's sanctioned nuclear weapons program. Hold on. You mean to tell me at the same time that the nuclear scientists in the US are either getting killed or going missing without a trace? It's the same time that the North Korean spies are trying to get nuclear weapons information extorted out of Western companies. Okay, got it. Also, they've made billions of dollars to date for the North Korean regime. It's not known exactly how many North Korean IT workers are currently working for unknowing US companies, but some have estimated the number is in the thousands. According to security firm CrowdStrike, the North Korean IT workers, which the company calls Famous Cholima, using its naming scheme of hacking groups, okay, they're called that. They rely on generative AI and other AI-powered tools to draft resumes and modify deep fake their appearance during remote interviews. So they go on a Zoom interview. They do a remote interview, and they're going to be a remote worker. And then they just start collecting a paycheck and sending it back to just bringing it to North Korea. The scheme is not new, but North Koreans are increasingly succeeding at getting jobs, despite sanctions preventing U.S. companies from hiring North Koreans. CrowdStrike said in its report, one of the ways to prevent hiring these workers is to implement better identity verification processes during the hiring phase. TechCrunch has anecdotally heard of some crypto-focused companies asking prospective employees to say critical things about North Korea's leader. Okay, I got some videos of this coming up. The would-be North Korean employees are often highly monitored and surveilled, making any such request impossible and likely outing the fraudulent worker. Over the past year, the U.S. Department of Justice has sought to disrupt these operations by going after the U.S.-based facilitators who help run and operate the scheme for their North Korean bosses. These operations have included targeting individuals who run laptop farm operations, and that includes racks of open laptops used by the North Koreans to remotely do their work as if they were physically located in the United States. Prosecutors said in a June indictment that one North Korean operation stole the identities of 80 individuals in the United States between 2021 and 2024 to get remote work at more than 100 U.S. companies. Okay. So that was an article from August of last year. And then this was from April. This is from yesterday. Almost half. Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong thing. That's for the data centers. Hold on. That's my next segment. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. 1 week ago, 60 Minutes put out this
That's where
research.
The North Korean agent posing as an employee at a faked address needs the help of an intermediary.
Okay. So this came out just a week ago. North Korean spies is 60 Minutes Australia. Shout out to the Australian cousins in the chat. North Korean spies infiltrating tech giants. 60 Minutes Australia. So here's just a little short from it.
That's where the North Korean agent posing as an employee at a faked address needs the help of an intermediary known as a laptop farmer. This go-between takes delivery of the company laptop and logs the undercover employee in each day so they can do the job without raising suspicion. Just one intermediary can help dozens of agents operate.
The job's actually being performed, but in reality, you've got North Korea inside your company.
Correct. And their only objective within the immediate term window, the near term window, is to do that job well and collect the pay packet consistently. Every month, collect that pay.
So some of them, yeah, they're trying to steal secrets. They're trying to get information. They're trying to do extortion. But when they get hired to do these jobs, they really are just supposed to be doing. They really are supposed to just be doing their job. Like they're just supposed to be doing a job, getting the paycheck, and then it goes back to the North Korean regime.
Packet, send it back to Pyongyang.
For the unwitting company being targeted, there's little indication they're being scammed by the world's most repressive regime.
And sometimes they have 10, 15 different individuals doing the work of that one employee. And sometimes the work is so good that when we catch them out, the employer says, no, you can't fire that individual. They are my best employee. Sometimes their work quality is that good because they've got multiple engineers and IT workers running through that laptop to perform that job.
The lessons for Australia lie in the US. Their major companies, including Nike and Boeing, have been infiltrated.
Boeing.
With Amazon revealing it's rejected an astonishing 1,800 North Korean job applications.
Wow.
But the corporate world seems to be losing the battle, with the scam earning Kim Jong-un an estimated $500 million every year.
Every year. Every year. And meanwhile, you got Americans sitting online all day trying to apply for jobs. We're in a recession. They can't get a job. And the North Koreans are infiltrating the whole country. Boeing and Amazon? Girl. Okay. I have many more things to say about this. Then we're going to get into the way that they've been trying to combat and fight this. Okay, so let's read through this one here. Hold on. Tech companies, when did this come out? This article came out last year in the middle of the summer. Okay, this is a May 2025. Politico. Tech companies have a big remote worker problem. North Korean operatives. Cybersecurity firms say that the intricate scam to amass funding for North Korea's weapons program is happening on a scale we haven't seen before. Look, North Korean operatives will use stolen credentials during the onboarding process and ask employers to send their work laptops to front addresses in the U.S., which are often laptop farms, with dozens of devices kept running by a few American individuals who are paid to join the scheme. Okay, so here's the laptop farms, or maybe this is where they're working. I don't really know. A growing number of the nation's top tech firms have hired remote information tech workers, only to discover that the employees were actually North Korean cyber operatives. But what's their goal? To cash in on top tech salaries to funnel millions of dollars back to Pyongyang for its weapons program. Nuclear weapons, by the way. According to the nation's top cybersecurity experts and cyber experts, the scam is more widespread than previously understood and has recently hit many Fortune 500 companies. The problem is fueled by a lack of information security talent in the United States and the rise of remote work since the pandemic. As the operatives evolve their methods using sophisticated AI tools and American accomplices, new hubs for these scams continue to pop up across the U.S., to the frustration of chief information security officers and tech executives throughout the corporate world. While it is difficult to quantify how many companies have been targeted by the scam, more tech leaders are speaking out about their experiences as law enforcement continues to crack down and shed light on how the expert operation is covertly conducted. So this is the chief technology officer at Google Cloud's Mandiant. He said, Mandiant? I don't know what that is. He said, I've talked to a lot of CISOs at Fortune 500 companies, and nearly every one that I've spoken to about the North Korean IT worker problem has admitted they hired at least one North Korean IT worker. In almost a dozen interviews with top security experts across the cyber sector, the prolific scheme was cited as a major threat, with many admitting that their companies had fallen victim and were struggling to stop the spread. And this makes me wonder if these people are behind, these scammers are behind some of the recent data leaks that have been coming out against like actual governments and things like that. So how do companies protect themselves? How do they protect themselves? Well, there's a fun new little test. All right, here is a video of a North Korean IT worker being stopped dead in their tracks upon being required to insult the dictator, Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un. It won't work forever, but right now it is genuinely an effective filter. I'm yet to come across anyone who can say it.
Hello? Hey, you're back. What happened? Yeah. Okay. I just, the office issue, I think.
Okay.
I just came back.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, I mean, I was in the process of saying, like, we get, like, a lot of it.
You might be wondering what's going on with his audio. Good question, girl. I don't know. That's what it sounds like for me, too.
The office issue, I think.
Okay.
I just came back.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, I mean, I was in the process of saying, like, we get, like, a lot of imposter candidates, you know.
Imposter.
Particularly North Koreans, like, posing as, like, people that they're not. So one of the tests that we do is trying to get them to say something like, Kim Jong-un is a fat, ugly pig. Could you say that for me?
Trying to get him to say Kim Jong-un is a fat, ugly pig. Can you say that for me?
Xinjiang? Sorry, no, Kim Jong-un, you know, the leader of North Korea. Yeah, I should say like that. Yeah. Yeah. If you could, because it's one test so that I know that you're not North Korean. Yeah. Can you say it?
He can't say it. He just froze.
Damn, he really don't want to say it.
And that's not the only video. It worked again. Look at this one.
Can you tell me something about North Korea?
Actually, I have no idea.
Okay. Can you tell me something about Kim Jong-un?
Russia.
Okay, so then you wouldn't have a problem with saying that Kim Jong-un is a dictator? Can you say those words?
Can you say Kim Jong-un is a dictator? He could not. He logged off.
Can you tell me something about North Korea?
Y'all, this is so Scientology coded. A cult is a cult is a cult is a cult is a cult, right? A cult is a cult is a cult. Hello, he said. The Kim Jong-un test, they're calling it. This article came out yesterday. The Kim Jong-un test is exposing secret North Korean moles amidst yet another big hack attributed to North Korea-linked operatives. Okay, so there was another big hack recently. Some crypto builders have confessed they are passing tests during interviews to developers to make sure they're not North Korean agents. Once again, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is responsible for some action movie sounding moves. Yeah, Scientology sounding moves. Following the attribution of the April 1st, $285 million attack on Drift Protocol, a North Korea aligned state sponsored hacking group, multiple crypto industry actors have taken to the social media network X to share their fears and methods to combat what essentially are North Korean secret agents. All details on the long-term social engineering, fake professional personas, in-person conference meetings, and compromised tooling employed in the attack can be consulted on yesterday's article about on our sister website, Bitcoinist. Unbelievable and hilarious as it may sound, the most straightforward strategy some of these builders have found is asking candidates to explicitly insult Kim Jong-un, North Korea's regime head, during interviews. Yesterday, Tanuki42, an independent blockchain security investigator, shared an actual video of a North Korean IT worker being stopped dead in his tracks upon being required to insult Kim Jong-un. In the video, Taro Ikuchi wasn't just unable to repeat after the interviewer that Kim Jong-un is a fat, ugly pig. He was taken aback and visibly nervous. In a different video shared by the security investigator, Taro tells him amusingly that he knows North Korea well, but then experiences very convenient connection issues when he is asked to say, F Kim Jong-un. Then the guy went and changed his Telegram handle to Crypto DJin 202. He already had wiped the chat and blocked him. The clip I posted was actually round 2. Here's round 1. I tell him I'm a North Korea security researcher. He tells me he knows North Korea well.
I spend a lot of time researching.
He knows North Korea well. Mysterious connection issues when I say F Kim Jong-un, which he apologizes for on reconnecting. So what we just watched was round 2. I haven't seen this one. Let's watch round 1.
Yeah, I spend a lot of time researching different threat actors, you know, with a particular focus on, I'd say like Western like script kiddie groups and also North Korea. Yeah. You know North Korea?
Yes, that is just in next to my country, and I know North Korea well.
Yeah, one thing we always get candidates to do is, and this sounds really stupid, I'm sorry, but can you say like fuck Kim Jong-un for me?
Sorry?
Can you, I know this sounds really stupid, but it's a good test because we get lots of imposter candidates. Can you just say like fuck Kim Jong-un for me?
Who is he?
You know Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea?
You say, who is he? Let me go back. The thing is, this particular guy kind of be looking a little bit Kim Jong-un coded. He has the same mouth and chin to me, in my opinion.
Who is he?
You know Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea?
Yes, I know. I just heard about his social and
Yeah, can you say he's a fat ugly pig for me?
A fat ugly pig.
What should I say?
Can you just say after me, Kim Jong-un is a fat ugly pig? I just need that to, like, we get lots of imposter candidates, so.
Oh my gosh.
Taro, can you hear me? Damn, I think you're gone.
And people like in the chat being like, oh, poor guy. You know, poor guy. I promise you, and I guarantee you, none of these people that you feeling sorry for right now give a flying rat's ass if they point their nuclear bomb right over here and blow us the fuck up. They don't give a shit about your kids. They don't give a shit about your safety. They think you are the devil. They think you are the you personally. They don't separate like us from Donald Trump. They don't separate us from Elon Musk. They don't separate us from them. So y'all can feel bad if y'all want to, but my era of suicidal empathy is over. Mine's over. Because these people don't give a flying rat's ass if we're dead or alive. In fact, and indeed, they're literally working to raise billions of dollars to nuke us. Okay, so let's not feel too bad. All right, let's not feel too bad. Because these people you're feeling so bad for are actively participating in it. Okay, and at some point, you got to be held responsible for what you do. I ain't dying behind nobody who's trying to kill me. I'll tell you that. No. These people are infiltrating our country. They're infiltrating our technology companies that have all of our data, the pictures on your phone of your kids. That's what they're using this stuff to extort so they can build nukes and bomb us and kill us. And y'all are feeling sorry for them? Get a brain scan. Get a brain scan. Anyway, what else here? Is this another one? Is this another video or is it the same video? Yeah, it's the same one. Okay, so that was the North Korean spies are infiltrating the United States to try to use our own money to kill us. Okay, so that was that. Make sure you subscribe for more. What is my next section here? Okay, now we're going to talk about open air hell prison, and we're going to talk specifically about the AI data center fiasco that's going around. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all have seen somewhere in your state, somewhere nearby, they're trying to do a data center, an AI data center, aka data. Sometimes they call it data. Put a 1 in the chat. You heard about some of this data, this AI data center stuff they're trying to do over here in the United States specifically. 1. Okay. Zillion of them, they saying. Okay. All right. So this article is the one that I had pulled up earlier. 3. 1 second. Okay. Almost half of U.S. data centers that were supposed to open this year slated to be canceled or delayed. The data centers powering your favorite AI chatbot, which, you know, we've all lived without those before, and I'm pretty sure we could all survive without them again. They're running low on helium, cash, and neighbors who don't hate them, and that's not even the worst of it. According to reporting by Bloomberg, about half the data centers slated to open in the United States in 2026 will either face delays or outright cancellations. Okay. The publication interviewed analysts at market intelligence company Sightline Climate, which in research first flagged by Ed Zitron last week, noted that 12 gigawatts worth of power-consuming data centers are set to open in the United States this year. But here's the catch. They say only a third of those are actually under construction right now, with the rest in a liminal pre-production stage in which they could and likely will be canceled. It's not just a problem for data centers planned for 2026 either. Among data centers slated to open in 2027, only about 6.3% of them, 6.3 gigawatts and 6.3%? Oh, I read it wrong because I was trying to hide the ads flashing. They're so distracting. It's not just a problem for data centers planned to open this year either. Among data centers slated to open in 2027, only about 6.3 gigawatts worth of computing infrastructure are actually under construction compared to 21 announced. Things got even dodgier, and things get even dodgier in the coming years, with the vast majority of data centers planned for launch between 2028 and 2032. I don't know if y'all know this or not. Do y'all know what the fourth turning is? If you don't, you got to read the book, The Fourth Turning. But just to give y'all a little bit of a background, the fourth turning is a historical phenomenon. It's a theory postulated by Neil Howe and William Strauss. The fourth turning is a theory that proposes that American history moves in recurring 80 to 100 year cycles, each having 4 so-called turnings. So there's 80 to 100 years, and there's 4 segments within them. There's a high, an awakening, which is a rebellion, an unraveling, which is where we are right now, or a crisis, or an upheaval, which is where we are right now. So a high, an awakening, which is the rebellion, an unraveling, which is individualism, and a crisis. The book argues that America was in an unraveling in the 90s and heading toward a major crisis, a period of societal transformation comparable to the American Revolution or the Civil War. This would usher in a new order. It provides framework for understanding generational shifts and predicting future eras of conflict. The cycle is about 80 to 100 years. Each cycle has 4 eras, 20 years each. There is a prediction that America is approaching a fourth turning crisis. Okay, obviously. Each generation has a role. From the hero, those are the millennials. We are the hero generation. So whenever y'all hear me say we're the hero generation, I didn't make it up. It's from this fourth turning. But each generation has a very important role to play. The generation behind us are the artists. Isn't that sweet? Gen Z are the artists. That doesn't mean that millennials can't be artists. Doesn't mean that the Gen Z can't be a hero. It means that generationally we serve in certain archetypal roles. There's a historical pattern argued in the book that great major events in American history can be explained, like the American Revolution, the Civil War, and the Great Depression. Okay. So according to theorists of the fourth turning theory, 2028 is the big year. 2028 is the big, everything's falling apart. There's going to be nukes. It's going to be crazy. Now, I just want to let y'all know, don't be scared, because that don't apply to me. Okay. I'm going to be out here. If I was going to be going, I would have been gone. I would have been let go already. All right. I'm going to be here riding the wave. Okay. But many people won't make it. That is according to this prophecy, this prediction. Hopefully they're wrong. But the authors do they make a very compelling case in the book, because they show history in the cycles. Okay. Anyway, so shout out to all the generations in the chat, because it's going to take us all. Things get even dodgier in the coming years. The vast majority of data centers planned for launch are between 2028 and 2032. They haven't even broken ground. There's another 37 gigawatts of planned infrastructure that hasn't even received a firm completion date. Those delays are due to a key bottleneck. This is electrical components manufactured abroad. We need batteries, electrical transformers, circuit breakers, and they all make up less than 10% of the cost to construct one data center. But it's impossible to build new data centers without them. If one piece of your supply chain is delayed, then your whole project can't deliver. It's pretty wild puzzle at the moment, as demand for those components far outpaces supply in the United States. Data center firms have had to source those components from manufacturers in Canada, Mexico, South Korea, and China. That leads to longer build times, as those are complicated. We've seen firsthand the value it can create if you're not hamstrung by electrical infrastructure lead times. They can make or break a project. Okay, that's all fine and good. But the way that article kind of made it sound is like, oh yeah, we're just being held up on electrical components. We got to source them from Canada. Let's look at some data centers that already got built, data centers under construction, and see what people are having to deal with as a consequence. They're coming after everything. If you have a well anywhere near an existing or future data center, Your fresh water days are numbered. I have it on good authority that the next true world war is going to be over water. Fresh water, clean water. That's why you have the billionaires buying up all the places with reservoirs. That's why the reservoirs were drained when California had that huge fire. Listen to what this lady said about her well. She had a well of fresh water on her land. Listen what she says.
Today is Tuesday, March 31st. Here's Lady Quackers and Mr. Quackers. So if you have not been following me, last year, our creek that we've had for almost 50 years suddenly started going dry. I would come out to do chores. There would be no water. So we've been investigating and researching for over a year. And there is a huge correlation with construction on a large data center upstream. I found out last night that 2 of my neighbors had their wells go dry. So one is a multi-generational farm. They've been here for decades. And it's a 60-foot well. It is completely dry. It is not coming back. Sam's Well Digging did the inspection. It's going to be 30 grand for them to put in a new well. It's going to have to be dug deeper or a completely different spot.
And if it works.
The other neighbor I went and talked to, they built a house in 2007. They have a 60-foot well, went completely dry. So for that one, on their bill, on their inspection report and bill, it says specifically because of the construction on the data center, a new well had to be dug. And that one, she sent the bill to Meta. I don't know if they're going to pay it for her or not, but it is really concerning.
So I'm trying to figure out, they're just letting you know, like, hey, we're going to get the water out your well. But like, do they have access? How are they draining people's freaking water out of wells? You got to dig the well deeper or else we're coming to get it. What?
Stream another half a mile. Like, how long before our well goes dry? I can't afford to put in a new one. This is my entire life's work. This is the biggest investment I've ever made, is my home. And I am really scared.
Okay. Well, that's one. Okay. That's one horror story. What about some other things that are being complained about? The name of this segment on the news was What's That Noise?
Thank you. There are data center concerns in South Jersey. Neighbors in one community say a center under construction is becoming a major nuisance, even disrupting their sleep at night.
Yeah, the issue centers not so much on the building itself, but the amount of noise it's apparently making. Action News reporter Cheyenne Corinne joining us live outside that data center in Vineland with the details today. Cheyenne.
Kristi and Bryon, since we have been out here today, we actually have heard a noise. However, the data center behind me is still under construction. So the exact source of
this is one of those data centers that ain't even finished yet. It's making so much damn noise that the locals are concerned, and it's not even done being built. What in the fires of Mount Mordor hell is this?
Is unknown. Now, some people we spoke to, they say they haven't been bothered by the noise, while other people say this is really impacting their quality of life here in South Jersey. If you listen closely, you can hear a humming noise in the distance. It's not coming from someone's mouth, but instead neighbors in Vineland say the source of the sound is this data center.
That is not construction. And this monstrosity is only partially built.
Tell him, Scott.
So it's infringing on our peace of mind, our tranquility.
Tell him, Scott.
Scott Montgomery lives a half mile.
That's my uncle, Scott.
He posted this video on social media.
Listen, you hear it?
It keeps you up at night because you can hear it going through the house.
And I know y'all heard me talking about this on several of these live streams already. What is a sound, right? It's a wave. A sound is a wave. It's a physical wave that could be a sound wave. It can be traced, it can be tracked, it can be perceived by equipment. But you know what else can perceive it? Us. Any liquid, human bodies. What are these long range, loud, low, grumbly, growly sounds doing to our children, to our pituitary glands, to our health? Is there any data on what the data centers are going to do to the human body, to our health? We've already started to learn what these monstrous monstrosities of 5G towers have been doing. They're causing cancer, they're causing thyroid cancer, they're causing hallucinations. So how about before we install a 10 trillion gigawatt data center on every goddamn street corner, we get some data on what it does to the human body, development, peace of mind, like my uncle just said. I don't know this man from Adam, but he's my uncle because he's in South Jersey. He's like, it's loud as hell and it ain't even done. That ain't construction noise. This man looks like he would know what construction sounds like. He said, that ain't it.
Judge Teresa Lewis chimed in and contacted the county health department.
Even in my house with everything shut up, windows, doors, I could hear this constant humming. And it was like someone was...
That'll drive you crazy.
Some type of machinery around my house.
The Gloucester County Health Department said in a statement, we have responded to many concerns and have made several visits to the area in question to measure sound levels. While complainants have shared where they believe the noise is coming from, our staff are working to confirm the exact source of the noise. The 2.4 million square foot data center is being built on South Lincoln Avenue. Experts say as these centers are being developed, noise pollution is a concern across the country.
From what I understand, is equipped with, they're generating their own power with gas-fired turbines, and they probably also have some type of backup generation. All of this equipment generates a lot of noise.
And if we have to live with this, which is not good, we'd like a monetary restitution somehow.
Now, we also did reach out to Data One. That's the company that owns the facility, and we are waiting for a response tonight. Meanwhile, the city says at this time they have no comment. We're live tonight in Vineland.
The city has no comment because they approved it and they got their paychecks for it. Okay, they're not worried. They're not worried because they can leave. These so-called city officials, they're the rich people. They're allowed to leave. You're going to strand these individuals here with this horrible data center. Did they vote on it? Did they get a chance? Did they get a choice? Doesn't look like they did. And like I already said, this isn't even a finished, completed data center. I found one in Washington that is already built. And the people over there are complaining too. They say it sounds like a loud drone or a helicopter that is hovering directly over you all day, all night. They measured it. I'm going to show you all the video. I'm going to pull it up right now. They measured it. It's 90 decibels. Do you know what 90 decibels is? That's about as loud as a lawnmower. A lawnmower at all times, all day, all night. Like the decibels that reach your ear is that loud when you're outside of that thing. And they're wanting me to shed a fucking tear that they can't build more of them faster? Huh. Okay. Let's watch that video. This is in Washington, across the country. Totally different state across the entire country.
Hey, bro, can you make me something that sounds like I just died, went to heaven, and...
Girl, what the YouTube ads are weird. Hold on. Let me get to my non-ad account.
So imagine what it would be like if you just had a helicopter that was hovering over your neighborhood all day and all night. It's kind of what it sounds like at a data center in the Ashburn area. And then residents started to notice that there was just a constant humming again and again and again over the weekend. Well, tonight, Northern Virginia Bureau Chief Julie Carey found the trouble spot and tried to find out why this data center is so noisy.
You can't miss the loud drone driving along Loudoun County Parkway near Wax.
It's loud.
Even rolling up the window doesn't drown it out.
It's dystopia.
And the closer you get to this data center, the noise grows louder, especially on the Loudoun County Parkway side.
It's gotta be a box. It's gotta be shaped like a box.
We measured the sound using an app and hit 90 decibels, a level considered high that requires ear protection if there's sustained exposure.
Hello?
Some residents started posting about the noise on the Ring app.
Listen how this news lady is having to holler. Some residents posted this on the news, on their local neighborhood. She's having a holler. This is all day and all night. It don't stop. And they want to put more and more and more of these up in our neighborhoods. Ugh.
High that requires ear protection if there's sustained exposure. Some residents started posting about the noise on the Ring app over the weekend. Some of them live miles away and could still hear this. Among the posts, Anyone hear the low frequency hum in the area? I'm over a mile from the nearest data center. Never really noticed it this loud until now. And another. Heard it all night until 2 p.m. or so. Then it stopped for a while. Now it's running again. I live 5 miles from there.
5 miles
Yet
away,
another
you can hear
resident
it.
reported driving by and seeing black smoke.
What the hell? They got blacks now? Okay, now what about, well, we can't have a freaking plastic straw. We can't have a damn Walmart bag. We can't have a paper bag at the grocery store. But Data 1 can burn black smoke into the sky? I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of this shit. They better not freaking even think about no data center around me, because it's going to be, I might go to jail.
Drove to a neighborhood at least a mile away in Sterling and could hear a much softer but still detectable drone. We learned this is one of several Cloud HQ data centers in the area. At a shopping center across Waxpool on the quieter data center side, we asked folks grabbing lunch to listen. Did you notice that?
Okay, then they just interview some people, and the people are like, yeah, it's loud. That sucks.
Hear it, obviously.
I want to pause. Okay. I have some more stuff that I want to show y'all. That's why I don't want to watch that whole full clip. But like that, okay, so that's where the data center is already built. It's just going to get louder and louder. Well, guess what? My auntie over here in South Jersey wasn't having it. And this lady right here stood up at the city council meeting and she let them freaking have it. I don't even want to even give too much of an introduction, and I don't want to interrupt her too much, but this lady got to be my aunt. If she somehow, some way, I mean, I don't have that big of a channel over here, but if she somehow, some way finds this video or somebody tells her about it, just let her know that I am in full support and I completely appreciate what she did at that meeting. I'm in awe of her. Okay, so listen what she did. This is her first town hall meeting she ever went to in Monroe Township, New Jersey on March 11th. So last month at a council meeting, this woman from Monroe Township, New Jersey didn't come to play. I used to go over there to Monroe Township sometimes to go to the Gurdwara, by the way. She stood up and she delivered a straight up verbal masterclass on the council. No filter, all facts, no chill. She ate. She did. She ate. If you think the local government gets a free pass, watch this. Residents are done staying quiet. No one came to your door and made you run for office. You are not a leader. You are elected.
Avenue, just in case anyone wants to know. They seem to think it's important that we all tell everybody where we live. I haven't heard any of you say that before you spoke. It seems that this is a pattern that I'm picking up here. This is the first town meeting I've ever been to, so this is all new for me and very disappointing. I voted in the elections that put all of you here. So did all these people.
Tell them.
I heard someone back there, I don't know who it was, say that you are elected officials, not leaders. Very good point, whoever it was. Beautiful. That is the truth. Okay?
Okay.
No one went to your doors, knocked on them and said, please run for office.
No, they did not.
Please. No, you all volunteered. And yet I see an entire panel up here.
Cucked out.
Especially
losers.
You, sir.
Oh, there's the mayor.
Of all people should set a precedent for everyone else on this council. You very rarely even look at people in the eye. Okay, the entire time you're looking at, you said you're taking notes. Someone made a very good point. This is all being recorded. See? You could go back, and there's transcribers, exactly. You could go back, look at the notes, go over it later. Trust me, you're still getting paid. It's coming out of our taxes.
Woo!
Okay? You can go home, put in some extra time. I am so sorry that this entire time I see boredom, irritation.
I'm getting chills.
That we're all bothering you with this concern about our health, our homes, our children.
Yes, ma'am.
Our property values, if all you can think of is financial reasons. How about our property values? No one said a goddamn thing about that.
Woo!
No
yes,
one said
ma'am. Oh my God. This is my auntie. I swear, this is my auntie. She said if all you low life, disgusting money changer scavengers can even think about his money, Why don't you think about our property taxes? Why don't you think about our property value? Why don't you think about how nobody in their right damn mind is going to want to live next to this loud, ugly, black smoking fucking sky monstrosity? No one is going to want to live here. So the property values are going to go down. Since all you money changers want to think about is money and control, you ain't going to be able to get nobody in your city because they're not going to want to live here. All of our property values are going to go down, which means you are going to get less taxes to fund your city because that's where the property taxes come from. The value of the property. Hello. Truth be told, we don't need AI, and that's period. They should pull the plug on all of that shit. Because I remember a time we didn't have AI, and I was in the top 1 to 5% of intelligent people. So really, for me, I'm biased. I'm ready to go back to where it's obvious when people can't spell. I'm ready to go back to when it's obvious when people didn't write something, when people ain't really who they claim to be. Get rid of it all. Get rid of it all.
Our property values, our homes, our children, our property values, if all you can think of is financial reasons. How about our property values? No one said a goddamn thing about that. No one said once how our property values are going to bottom out. Okay, no matter how many standards you have, sir. Okay, apparently they're not high enough for us. Because our standard is, and I think that you guys have figured this out, and if we haven't made it abundantly clear, we do not want a warehouse. We do not want an AI data center. We don't want any of it. And the reason nobody showed up before like this to complain is because we didn't know.
We didn't know.
You know, the double standard, okay, is ridiculous. Don't look away.
Don't look away. I love her.
Voted you in, so look, I'll be as respectful as you are to me. Honestly. You're the mayor, and I know you feel as though right now that we should treat you as such, as your office, but you are not treating us the same way. Respect is earned. You don't just get it. You don't just get it because you tricked us into electing you.
I think she handled that like a queen. I think she handled that like she needs to run for office. Okay, so we have more in this section though. Okay, so people are pissed. All right, you saw her. I don't know what her name is. She didn't say. I'm gonna call her my auntie from Monroe Township. And I actually fully 100% support her taking the stance she did in the way she did. Now, the next story about the data centers, I can't fully say I support, okay? I cannot say I support it. It is illegal, and I have to say you cannot do this, okay? If y'all do this, you're on your own. I am not encouraging it, and I don't think it's okay. It does need a disclaimer because I'm all arfing like seal over here for her, but we're about to get into something a little more serious because guess what? Take this as a warning to, you know, if you're a local official, and again, this shouldn't happen. This is a crime. I don't endorse it. I don't encourage it. I would never, ever do this, but you can see how the American people are tired of being played with. The American people as a whole, put a 2 in the chat, you're tired of being played with. It's like, okay, we have these rights. We have these town hall meetings. We have accountability. We have transparency. It's supposed to be written in the books and in the laws. But then these cuckified, probably talking to bimbo Barbie ass local town officials who don't even have the backbone, don't even have the spine, don't even have the gall to make a decision and then look in the eyes of their constituents. They lie to us. They hide things from us. They choose money and control and surveillance and power over us. They're supposed to work for us. They only derive their power from our consent, and they're getting a little bit cornberry, I'll say. They don't want to live next to the data center, but maybe they'll put it down on the other side of the tracks just to get a little money in their pocket or whatever. And you can really see the American people have absolutely had it. And I think that it kind of all started with the Luigi Mangione case. Luigi Mangione is being prosecuted was being prosecuted as a terrorist and was facing the death penalty, and he shouldn't be walking around shooting people. But also I can understand the rage, the fury at these insurance companies. They charge us so much money. Do you know, I recently, against my will, had my insurance company change up on me. And again, like I said, it was against my will because I'm signed up for like the what is it, healthcare gov thing. And I was previously with one, I don't even remember which one, like one of the ones, Aetna, Blue Cross, something. And then, you know, I switched over to another different one because I didn't opt out of switching or whatever. I guess the state got a new contract, whatever. Like I said, it doesn't matter. I really don't use health insurance that much anyway. But I do be getting my little Adderalls and my little, you know, whatever I got to take every day. My little, whatever it is, Vyvanse. I don't know what it is right now. I think it's Vyvanse. But I be getting my little, you know, ADD medications. And that's it. That's all I do, really. That's like my full medical, all of it. So when my insurance switched over, and it ain't United, don't worry, it ain't United. But when my insurance switched over, it went from, you know, I used to pay $10 or $20 for the generic of the medicine a month. And it was $20 or $10. And when I went to get it one time earlier this year, I think I hadn't actually like fully signed the paper for the new insurance. So it had lapsed. So it was like $120 for the medicine with no insurance. $120 for the medicine with no insurance. The next month, imagine my surprise when I go back with my new insurance. Haven't paid. I'm not paying a different premium. Again, like I said, I didn't even opt in to changing. I used to pay $10 or $20. No insurance at all would be $120 a month, which is a lot, but not that much because some medicines like insulin and stuff are like $2,000 a month or something. Ozempic's like $1,000. So, I mean, really $120, like you probably even get away with that. But imagine my surprise when I go back to the pharmacy again, thinking I'm finna pay $10 or $20 again because I got my insurance now. It's all set up, even though it's a new company. It was going to be $230 something with insurance. So to have insurance, oh, I can't deal with this type of stuff. It makes me want to literally put either my or the pharmacist or the insurance company head through a wall. That's what the feeling is. Now, I would never do that. I would never do that. I have a lot of control over my physical violence levels. Okay, I'll say that. I don't want to put my head through the wall. It is kind of a figure of speech. But like, I do get enraged because it's like, this is just absolute bullshit. It's just bullshit. It's just capital B, capital S, bullshit. It's bullshit. You mean to tell me with no insurance at all, the same prescription would be $120. And now that I have insurance, it's $100 more a month. It just makes so little sense that it feels like a scam. And I think people are sick of it. And a lot of people out here have way less control over their physical outbursts than I do. And they have guns. So that leads us into the next link. Again, I don't encourage this, but I do understand the rage. I know why it happened. Now the page is gone. The New York freaking Times had wrote up an article about it. Don't worry. I got another article on it. Hold on. New York Times. That one's not found. Let's try this one. Someone shot up the home of a city councilor who voted for a data center. Look, New York Times, I guess they got paid off by the money changer. They took the article down. Shots fired at Indianapolis councilman's home after vote backing data center. No one was injured, but the councilman, Ron Gibson, called it deeply unsettling. I'm glad no one was injured. And I hope Ron and Rob and the rest of these ain't shit, cucked out, bimbo-fied pieces of absolute human fucking garbage who are voting yes on these supposed data centers that are going to drain our water wells, for sure, that are going to cause immense disturbance to our way of life, with these loud ass data centers that are going to cause immense environmental damage with whatever the fuck that black smoke is blowing into the sky. They need to know lives are on the line. I'm very glad nobody was hurt, but we can't say the same thing for these data centers. Wells are being drained. Water is being drained. Water, the most precious resource that this planet has, is water and oxygen. Those are the two. And we're draining it so somebody can write a faster YouTube script, so somebody can help with their essay at college, so somebody can ask a propagandized AI bot some shit that's get an answer that's not even true. We're paying for our own death. It's a life or death scenario that's going on. I obviously cannot encourage or endorse shooting up your local councilman's house, but I understand the fear. I understand the hopelessness and the helplessness that these slick Rick pieces of shit take their little kickbacks, they take their little seat, and if shit gets too bad, they just gonna leave. Now the New York Times is covering up. They took the article down. Photos show bullet holes and a note threatening for no data centers in Indianapolis. Now, that's vigilantism. Whoever did that committed a crime. Whoever did that committed a crime. But I just want to say I understand the feeling that they're going to let us die. They're going to invite death upon us. So why don't we invite death upon them? This is where the American Revolution happened. This is where the French Revolution happened. This is where the Boston Tea Party happened, where if you push Americans, and a lot of us come from the French, just so y'all know, far enough, hard enough, we fight back. And we'll be nice to you, and we'll vote for you, and we'll come to the local cookout barbecue with you. Stop pushing us. If you simply must build a data center, don't do it in people's backyard where they're raising their kids. Why don't you ask Bill Gates to give up some of his however many farmlands he done bought up, usurped up? Revolutions have happened for much less than a data center. Thankfully, in Wisconsin, they are fighting back in a way that doesn't include guns. Wisconsin City passes nation's first anti-data center referendum. This is from Politico. The vote suggests ballot measures could become a powerful tool for grassroots activists seeking to block data center projects. I know y'all saw my auntie over there at the town hall, and I know you saw how the mayor couldn't even look in her eyes. I'm not going to encourage or endorse the second example we saw, but a lot of times it feels like we don't have any power. A lot of times it feels like we have no voice, but you do at your local level, because then mayors got to go sit there at the town hall meeting every week, every other week, once a month, however long. And you have the option to go and say, absolutely not, and put it online. And if you want me to share it, oh, I'm happy to. A small Wisconsin city home to a data center project backed by Donald Trump voted overwhelmingly yesterday to restrict future data centers. This is a first of its kind referendum, and the backers said this could offer a blueprint for AI infrastructure opponents around the country. Voters in the Milwaukee suburb of Port Washington approved the measure by roughly 2-to-1 margin. Okay, so the voters. So if these ain't shit politicians ain't going to do it, if these ain't shit cucked out local pieces of shit leaders ain't going to do it, these elected officials, we can put it on the ballot our freaking self. How about? They voted 2-1, no data center. The people don't want data centers. We, the people, put a 3 in the chat, put a 3-3 in the chat if we, the people, don't want data centers in our backyard. Even if that means we don't get to use Chat GPT, even if that means we don't get to use Claude, we'd rather use Claude. We'd rather have water than use Claude. We'd rather have children with intact pituitary glands. I don't know why I keep getting the psychic vision from the Lord that it's doing something to the children's pituitary glands. I don't know why. I was like, specifically, it's fucking up the pituitary glands. I just feel like that. City residents who sponsored the voter initiative said it marks an escalation of tactics to oppose the massive facilities needed to power artificial intelligence and could inspire activists in other towns to follow suit. This is really setting a precedent, said Christine Lejeune. I told y'all, French people in their hearts are rebellious against injustice. Look at Christine Lejeune. She's the founder of the nonprofit called Great Lakes Neighbors United. She said in an interview last night, this is something that other communities can look into. At least 3 other communities around the country are set to vote on similar ballot measures targeting data center projects later this year. And in Ohio, data center opponents, so people opposed to it, are seeking to place an initiative on the statewide ballot that would ban new construction of certain large data centers. The Port Washington referendum doesn't actually derail the city's controversial data center campus, a $15 billion, 1.3 gigawatt facility from tech giants OpenAI and Oracle. It's one of multiple Stargate AI mega projects the companies are planning with the Trump administration's support. Instead, it takes aim at future projects by requiring city leaders to obtain voter approval before awarding developers lucrative tax incentives. And that's what happened in New Jersey and Monroe Township. They had already approved it all. And then the voters found out about it. Representatives for OpenAI and Oracle didn't respond for comment because they don't have to. They have President Trump. Why would they need to respond to silly little Politico? Lejeune, the local activist, told Politico she and other data center skeptics in Port Washington were concerned about transparency, noise pollution, fresh water use, and increased energy costs around the project. Their concerns are similar to findings from a recent Politico poll that asked U.S. voters to identify their top concerns about data center construction. Local business groups that opposed the measure argued it would stifle all kinds of future development beyond just data center projects. The developer building the complex, Vantage Data Centers, launched an ad campaign in favor of the project, saying it will boost jobs in the region. Well, look, we don't need any more people coming in here to get jobs, okay? That's fine. We all have enough jobs. We have food banks for people that don't have jobs. We don't need a data center. I mean, but they like to pull on our heartstrings. They don't give a shit if we live or die, but they definitely want to act like, oh, people don't even have jobs. What do you mean jobs? Isn't AI about to take all our jobs? So you have a job for just 5 minutes, you have a job to build the data center, and then you don't have a job because AI took it? The referendum could be frozen within days as part of an ongoing court challenge. The Milwaukee Metropolitan Association of Commerce, a regional business group, filed a lawsuit in late January seeking to block the measure on grounds it violates state law. But even if the Port Washington measure is struck down, it won't be the last time U.S. voters weigh data center-related policies on the ballot. Residents in Monterey Park, California, will decide in June on a measure seeking to indefinitely ban new data center construction within city limits. In August, Augusta Township in rural Michigan will decide whether to override a local ordinance that cleared the way for a data center project. And in November, Janesville, Wisconsin, will vote on a measure that could scuttle plans to redevelop a former General Motors assembly plant into an AI factory. Data centers employ 30 to 50 people on average. I'm sure they mean jobs like the construction and stuff. Anyway, shout out to them for at least trying. And you know, it's that too, though. I mean, I can kind of see where the guy or the girl or whoever it was that shot up that local person's house. Don't do that. I don't endorse it. I don't encourage it. That's bad. That's a crime. They should go to jail. You can't go shooting up people's houses. But if the sneaky ain't shit local officials are going to pass the referendums without us knowing, if they're going to give the permission to build these data centers, even though the locals don't want it, and then when the locals finally do vote on a referendum, then they're going to bring them and drag them to court to try to argue with them over it. I could see how the easiest way is just to eliminate those people. Again, I'm not encouraging it. That person committed a crime and should go to jail. But I see the rage. I feel the rage. I feel that same rage. I just have control over my faculties. Anyway, make sure that you are subscribed to this channel. Hopefully, with any luck, by the next time I go live, I'll be monetized. It's been like, you know, hours and hours and hours and hours of my life for pretty much almost no money at all whatsoever in ads or anything. If you do find this to be useful, helpful, or you just feel bad that I've been doing these lives for no money, you can donate to my legal fund or PayPal or Cash App linked below. I have been on here for about 4 hours, so I am going to go, but maybe next time we'll talk about how to clean water, since we're gonna be out of fresh water here. I don't see any way out of it. I don't see any way that this whole country isn't just a huge data farm itself. I mean, it already is, but like an AI data farm. So hopefully, the powers that be, at the very freaking least, stop trying to push so hard so fast, because the American people are not the ones to do it too. I don't know. I can't speak for everybody else. I don't even know if I really speak for Americans, but I definitely speak as an American. And it's only so much shit we're else willing to take. It's only so much more we're else willing to take. And I'll say that again, I have full control over my faculties. Please don't send any hate to anybody mentioning this video, but maybe start going around to your local town meetings. Just make sure they're not trying to put a data center over there, because they loud and they drain the water. And they got black smoke going up into the air. And they probably going to drive down your property values. That's all I really had for this one. In the meantime, facts ain't That's all I really had for this one. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Neither are opinions. Everybody's innocent till proven guilty. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.